never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden is scheduled to visit the U.S.-Mexico border on Thursday amidst mounting criticism of his immigration policy. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters the president intends to encourage Republicans to reconsider a border deal that was brokered by a bipartisan group of senators.
Stop playing politics and to provide the funding needed for additional U.S. Border Patrol agents, more asylum officers, fentanyl detection technology, and more.
The agreement collapsed earlier this month following staunch opposition from Republicans who argued that it lacked sufficient measures to stem the tide of illegal immigration. Authorities say the individual accused in the killing of a University of Georgia student is an illegal immigrant with a prior criminal record. Jose Ibarra was apprehended in connection with the homicide of 22-year-old Laken Riley, whose remains were found last week in a wooded area near the university. Former President Trump is seeking to overturn his $454 million civil fraud verdict in New York. His legal team submitted a notice of appeal Monday, pointing to alleged judicial errors. The appeal disputes the ruling that Trump misrepresented his wealth to advance his real estate interests. The 2024 presidential contest makes its way to Michigan on Tuesday, following Donald Trump's decisive victory over Nikki Haley in her native South Carolina last Saturday, effectively securing the Republican nomination for president. While Trump is anticipated to secure Michigan, Haley remains committed to the race, saying a majority of Americans disapprove of both Trump and President Biden. A significant U.S. Supreme Court hearing Monday centered on the influence of social media companies on online content. The court scrutinizing laws supported by Republicans in Texas and Florida, which were enacted amid allegations that platforms like TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube exhibit bias against conservative viewpoints. The companies contend any regulation targeting them infringe upon their First Amendment freedom of speech. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The Federal Trade Commission has filed a lawsuit seeking to halt the merger between grocery giants Kroger and Albertsons. The FTC contends that the proposed merger, which would constitute the largest consolidation in U.S. supermarket history, could lead to increased consumer prices. Initially announced in 2022, the merger aimed to unite the 5th and 10th largest retailers in the nation. Some politicos want him to step up and potentially challenge for the Democratic presidential nomination, but California Governor Gavin Newsom says he's all in for a second Biden term in the White House. Ryan Daniels has more.
He says the economy has weathered historic inflation because paychecks have continued to roll for millions of Americans.
What he's done in 3 years has been a masterclass, close to 15 million jobs. That's 8 times more than the last 3 Republican presidents combined.
Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Newsom said he felt confident Biden would come out on top in the 2024 election. Meanwhile, the Trump campaign continues to push messages about the U.S. economy and how it was humming under his administration prior to the COVID-19 pandemic.
A significant weather system is moving across the United States. Snowfall expected in the Mountain West, while the plains face the risk of fires. Additionally, the Midwest may experience thunderstorms. This marks the onset of the first of 2 storm systems that are expected to affect the country in the coming week. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, would you looky there? It is that time once again. Showtime, go time. All right, from time zone to time zone, we'll close out the greatest day of the week. We made it through Monday. Hallelujah. So everybody settled back in. Another work week underway. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Kind of a Hot Shot Secret night. 60 degrees at the midnight hour as we enter the 27th day of February. Not bad. Before you all go talking about global warming, just hang on. Reality check, big time, is just around the corner. But enjoy your Tuesday, and for some, even maybe Wednesday. The cold air's already sweeping in out of Canada because we're talking snow. Got some heavy snow falling over in North Dakota, northwestern South Dakota, back into central and eastern Montana. Bismarck. It's going to get kind of ugly over the next few hours there. Well, that would explain why we have winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings. Now, some of these winter storm warnings extend all the way down into the north-central portions of New Mexico. You get the idea, the cold air sweeping in from northwest to southeast. Going to be a windy night. The wiggle wagons are going to be rocking and rolling. High wind warnings for much of New Mexico. The Texas, Oklahoma, Panhandle region, wind advisories extending back through much of the Pacific Northwest tonight. Then you got your red flag warnings. That's also associated with the winds on through much of Oklahoma, southern Kansas, and much of southern Missouri tonight. Well, I guess they said it's official. Dallas on Monday hit 93 degrees. I mean, more like a summer day in the Dallas area. Dozens of warm weather records indeed were set to start the week here. Temperatures surging at least 20 degrees above normal. Yeah, from Texas all the way to Minnesota this past day. Yeah, scores of records were set. As I mentioned, Dallas hit 93 degrees. Highest temperature so early in the year since 1996 anyway, when it was 95 degrees on the 21st of February that year. Minneapolis, 65 degrees. That's a good 30 degrees above the norm. You would typically be about 33 for a high temperature this time of year. So that was a record for the calendar day. It's actually been rather warm in Minneapolis through much of the winter. You've had at least 16 days this winter where Minneapolis was at least 50 degrees. It's about double the norm. So I go back early in the day Monday, where, yes, it's feeling more like early summer versus late winter across much of the southern and central USA. As February will be coming to an end, we've got 2 days left after this. Of course, they were talking about the forecast highs. Other parts of Texas, Laredo, was forecast to possibly hit 95 degrees. I don't have the numbers in yet. If those records were set. Oklahoma City was talking possibly 86. Topeka, Kansas was looking to possibly tie the record for February at 83 degrees. Pretty much the same for Grand Isle, Nebraska. Could have tied the record for 80 degrees. So the warmth continues on into the day ahead Tuesday. Hang on, I've got the reality check numbers coming up here shortly. What do we see for the day ahead? Widespread warm, record low temperatures. Overnight tonight, it's not going to cool off. It's going to be 20, 30 degrees above normal for the overnight lows from central Texas all the way to the Great Lakes. Lows forecast to be above freezing as far north as the UP of Michigan. Now, in Dallas, overnight tonight, the low may only drop to about 70 degrees. Later in the Tuesday afternoon time frame, the warmest air begins to shift off to the east as that cold front slices through the plains, focusing the potential for some record highs from the south all the way to the Great Lakes. Some of that warmth even begins to trickle into the northeast. Here's what they're talking for the upcoming day. Waco, Texas, forecast high 86 degrees. They'd be talking possibly record highs. If Memphis reaches 82, you would mark your February record there. St. Louis, forecast of 82, looking to maybe tie your February record in Springfield, Illinois, if you hit 78 degrees. 67 in Green Bay, Wisconsin would be a February record. And all the way up into Lansing, Michigan, could set a record forecast high of 66 degrees. Now, enjoy it, as I said, for the day ahead. That cold front's going to bring a rapid end to these June-like temperatures from the Mississippi Valley to the Appalachians at the cost of potentially violent storms that will roar through more than a dozen states starting Tuesday afternoon and on into Wednesday. The severe weather outbreak, which is expected to affect as many as 50 million people, they've been watching this for at least a week now due to the storm, and they've been tracking it since it started its journey well out over the Pacific Ocean. Now, as that storm begins to interact with the strong jet stream surging out of the Gulf of Mexico, all that moisture and the warming temperatures for this time of year, they call it fireworks. Natural fireworks in the form of powerful thunderstorms will be unfolding. Those first storms erupt along the edge of the advancing warm air mid to late afternoon Tuesday. We'll be watching from northern Illinois and Indiana to southern Wisconsin and Michigan, northwestern Ohio. Yeah, these storms could become severe toward the end of the day. Next, thunderstorms begin to explode southwestward along that advancing cold front, extending from northern Illinois all the way to Arkansas later on Tuesday evening. This front and the severe weather is going to be packing a punch as it moves across the Ohio and middle Mississippi valleys during the overnight hours on Tuesday. We'll be here to track things for you live as this all kind of unfolds. But they're telling us all modes of severe weather are anticipated. Some of these storms will pack damaging winds, large hail, torrential downpours with flash flooding, and the potential for multiple tornadoes is a serious concern with this upcoming severe weather threat. I don't like that tone there. Multiple tornadoes. The greatest threat of tornadic activity occurs along and in between Interstate 70 and 80 in the Midwest, beginning in Illinois and western Indiana late in the day today, and expanding eastward during the overnight hours. Now, the Tuesday evening and overnight threat includes large metropolitan areas, the likes of Chicago and St. Louis, the cities of Indianapolis, South Bend, and Fort Wayne, Indiana, on eastward to Toledo and Lima, Ohio, back into Springfield and Peoria, Illinois. Should these thunderstorms organize into a single solid line Tuesday night, the risk of damaging straight-line winds will broaden, but the risk of highly dangerous tornadoes should be reduced a bit. While a line of storms may form, it might be fragmented, and individual discrete thunderstorms, which are the most likely to produce tornadoes, may be out and ahead of that main line. So forecasters urging people in the path of these storms later Tuesday into Wednesday, pay attention to the severe weather bulletins. Now, get ready. Here's where we see reality check. Behind this front, temperatures will come crashing down. Over the years, we've talked many times. Denver is kind of notorious for having temperatures in the 60s, maybe even 70-plus degrees, and literally be into the teens or even single digits less than 24 hours later. It's going to be kind of that scenario unfolding for a large portion of the country. Yeah, one of the reasons the severe weather will be the rapid exchange of warm versus cold air. We've got these temperatures more typical of May and early June ahead of the cold front, with 60s and 70s across the north, 70s and 80s across the south ahead of this front. Now, with even the overnight lows, 40s, 50s, even a few 60s, as we said, Dallas maybe even 70 for an overnight low. And the wake of that front, Tuesday to Wednesday night, temperatures will be crashing 40 to 60 degrees in a matter of hours. For example, Kansas City, Missouri, temperatures may drop about 60 degrees in 18 hours' time. That would set a record there. The old record was a 56-degree drop back on January 15th of 1953. Now, in some cases, parts of the Central Plains, the Upper Midwest, the Appalachians, and New England, this cold air is going to move in so rapidly that it's going to catch up with some of the lingering moisture. The temperature plunge will lead to pockets of accumulating snow and or a rapid freeze-up where any moisture or slush left on the ground is going to freeze into sheets of ice within an hour's time. That's called a flash freeze, and that's going to spread eastward across the upper Midwest Tuesday night into the central Appalachians and New England later Wednesday evening into Wednesday night. The crashing of the temperatures. Some areas, I believe they were saying where you add in the wind chill factor, it may actually feel nearly 80 degrees cooler in a 24-hour period, if you can imagine that. So, but first and foremost, enjoy the warmer temperatures for the day ahead. Things are going to get breezy and quite interesting. 24 hours from now, it'll be interesting what we have going on. Well, hello, Philly Dan. Hope everybody had a great day. You made it through Monday. So, yes, indeed, happy Taco Tuesday. Good morning, Steve and the Overnight family from Marianne. There's Larry. Hammer down, be safe. 45 degrees, Platkill, New York. He's getting his week underway. Round one to Schenectady. What do we got in Rochester there? There's Rockpick. Good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, wise old night owls. Current conditions at the Rochester airport. It's a fair night, 41 degrees. Happy 2 for Tuesday, all you hard-working Americans. I'm sure the ride's going to be twice as nice, thanks to Hot Shot Secret and the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Everybody watch out for the other drivers. Stay safe out there. Rubber Duck says, I survived. I'm home. I survived another downtown Chicago run. I found an easier way in. And you know, that cop didn't even do anything about that U-turn at the red light. Oops. You got lucky, in other words. Did you find an easy way out? Norman checks in from north central Kansas, 47 at this hour. 75 degrees yesterday. Yes, felt like springtime. We've got the Big Tipper loaded. We're headed south to Wichita tonight. Everybody have a good morning. Shorty, I-95 southbound in Brunswick, Georgia with 59 degrees. Big bright moon shining tonight. It is Orlando turnaround number 1. Roy, let's see, maybe some severe weather here. They're talking late afternoon into the early evening. They're kind of highlighting 4 to 8 p.m. Central Time here in the northwest Illinois area. Yes, indeed. And based on what we just shared, that's going to be the zone. Between 70 and 80, they're concerned about the wind shear, the differing directions of the wind in the atmosphere, where you get that spinning and tornadic activity. Hello to Troy. Good morning, Steve, from Floral City, Florida this morning. There's Pappy, Saddle Up Nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. Here we go. Somewhere deep beneath the earth's crust in the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker, Mr. Steve Summers throwing the breakers, raising that FR3 antenna, turning on the stick shit eliminator power mic. Stay build your lane, because the overnight drive's about to be hammered down. We've got 60 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. We've got us a heat wave. So heat wave, dial us up at 844-844-3388. Don't be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? Heads up, folks. If you were with us in the final hour last evening, Pappy chimed in. They thought maybe the daughter had gone into labor. He said, the dam has not broke. The potato is still in the oven, as he puts it. All right, yeah, so Mercedes thought her water had broke, made that run to the hospital, so I guess she's back home. Got to bake a few more days, right? I think her due date is actually, the 14th of March? So, I mean, you're getting close. It could come any time now. So, false alarm there on a Monday morning. Hello to 5-7, copy in the mail. Are you with me? Gilligan, morning, Steve, fellow listeners. It's a clear, warm 51 degrees, Troutville, Virginia tonight. I'm back out on the road after being out almost all last week. Back issues. Fun times, huh? Everybody keep its shiny side up there. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 62 degrees in Hannibal, Missouri. We got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south at a high rate of speed under a waning gibbous moon. It's an epic night for live action, so special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from the hometown of William Powell Lear, inventor of the 8-track tape and the iconic Lear jet. Well, okay. There's a generation out there that says, what the hell's an 8-track tape? It is 844-844-3388. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Can I get a great big belly laugh from the listening audience? Eagle, if you're with us. Hey, you've been asking for nearly 3.5 years. Steve, can you tell me, when is the president going to come to the southern border? Like I said, big belly laugh. Yeah, 3.5 years. Hey, how about this Thursday, Eagle? You know, it's an election year and all, and the president has to be large and in charge like the monkey gouger. President Biden's upcoming trip to the U.S.-Mexico border. I would quote the head of the Border Patrol Union, "Too little, too late." Head of the Border Patrol Council this past day saying that this is all about improving the optics, you think, ahead of November's election. Brandon Judd, president of the National Border Patrol Council, said everything he does is too little, too late. He had 3 years to do what he needed to do to secure the border. He had 3 years to put policies in place. Now we're only 8 months from an election, and suddenly it looks like he might be interested. Well, he's only interested in it because it's self-serving, and he wants to save himself. But the truth of the matter is, yes, he could stop this flow tomorrow. Yeah, Judd argued that Biden could substantially reduce the number of migrants that have been overwhelming cities all over the country if he were to reach an agreement with Mexico to re-implement the Remain in Mexico policy, which would force them seeking asylum to wait for their immigration court hearings south of the border. But he doesn't want to do that. It's not appealing to his staunchest supporters, according to the union boss. So he doesn't want to do it. It goes against his base of support. If you look at that base of support, even though he is underwater in the polling, there's still 30% of the public that thinks he's doing the right thing when it comes to border security. That's his base. Those people vote, and he doesn't want to go against them. So he wants to throw his hands in the air and blame Congress and the Republicans rather than implementing the proper policy, which he has the authority to do right now. But according to the breakdown this past day, Biden on Thursday will travel to Brownsville, Texas, to meet with Border Patrol agents. Wouldn't he be better served to go to Eagle Pass? Now, he'll discuss the need to pass the Senate bipartisan border agreement. Now, he's still looking to push that. You know, the deal that allows in perpetuity 5,000 illegal crossers on a daily basis into this country. That's what he's pushing for. And he wants to be codified by Congress. Now, Judd said based on his multiple interactions with the impeached Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, it's not likely this administration is going to change course on addressing the crisis on the southern border. Yeah, he's not interested in implementing anything.
USA News Update. Authorities report that the individual accused in the killing of a University of Georgia student is an illegal immigrant with a prior criminal record. Jose Ibarra was apprehended in connection with the homicide of 22-year-old Laken Riley. Her remains were discovered last week in a wooded area near the university. President Biden is scheduled to visit the U.S.-Mexico border on Thursday. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the president intends to encourage Republicans to reconsider the border deal brokered by a bipartisan group of senators.
Stop playing politics and to provide the funding needed for additional U.S. Border Patrol agents, more asylum officers, fentanyl detection technology, and more.
House GOP members do not believe the bill goes far enough. The Federal Trade Commission has filed a lawsuit seeking to stop the merger between grocery giants Kroger and Albertsons. The FTC says the proposed merger could lead to increased consumer prices. John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Got a message this past day from a listening friend, which if memory serves, I do recall talking to him a time or two. Ocalabound. He says, my name is Ocalabound. I drove over the road for 20 years. Last May, I had a stroke and am unable to drive any longer. I am slowly getting better, but I sure miss driving. I wanted to send this message to warn other drivers not to ignore swelling in the legs or the high blood pressure. Do not ignore the sleep apnea. These issues could come crashing down in a moment's time. I'm actually one of the lucky ones. I called your show seldom, but listened every night. The one thing I do miss is running at the midnight hour, tuning into the program. He went on there to give me a bit of a private message, what he used to do, and had moved to Florida for a period of time. So, Ocalabound, well, continued healing. And, just a word of advice for the drivers out there. Meanwhile, we kick things off on a Tuesday morning with a Hall of Fame manure hauler. What's going on, Monkey Gouger?
Hey, everything good. I want to give a shout-out to that two-time champion bull hauler, Lauren Weiss over there. So, I'm going to tell you something, Steve. The wind shear has hit Texas in a big way. Boy, over here in Amarillo, that wind must be blowing 50 miles an hour. All the flags stuck out.
Yep.
I got a load of sailboat fuel on, and it's been kind of tricky coming up through here.
I bet.
But they predicted the temperature to start dropping, I think, tonight. Well, today is tonight, Over here, I'd say it's probably going to drop down into the upper 30s, 40s, somewhere in there, about a 24-hour period from now.
Correct.
So, it's global warming is just killing us. It's killing us. But Steve, I was looking through some stuff this morning, waiting to get unloaded, and there was a picture taken, I think it was at the 2013 truck show, and there was about 8 or 9 of us standing up there. And, we're talking, 11 years later?
Mm-hmm.
And it was me, Doc, Sugar Bear, Nitro, Jill, old Sarge, Burnt Beans, out of the Doc, I think Doc Holliday was out there, and I got looking at that picture. And out of all the people standing up in that picture, me and Doc is the last two.
Yes, sir. That's hard to imagine, isn't it? One at a time, right? We're disappearing.
Well, I mean, it's just mind-boggling that we lost that many people in 11 years.
Yeah.
And then, Sugar Bear called in his last days before he passed away here a couple months, it's been almost a year now. Don't seem like it, but time flies by when you're getting old on it.
I'm telling you, yep.
But I see that CPAC deal. What is that CPAC?
It's a conservative political action committee, I believe, is what it's short for. It's just a gathering of conservatives. They all come together to talk about the issues they'd like to see addressed, and obviously, presidential politics, who they want to push to be. We're going to support this person for Senate and this person for the House, and all the politics they talk.
Well, I kind of thought that was a Republican-based thing, but I don't know whether it was a joke. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but you ain't going to believe who they're backing for the Democratic Party to be the president. Michelle Obama. And I said, this has got to be a joke.
I don't think they're not backing her or they're not supporting her. I think that they came to the conclusion that Joe Biden is going to be exiting one way or another. There's more talk about, the 25th Amendment, and they believe Michelle's the one that's going to be stepping in to fill his shoes.
Boy, oh boy, here we go. One loose cannon to another loose cannon.
Right.
I read that thing. I looked at it and I said, "This has got to be a damn joke."
Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
Got to be.
The headline is Michelle Obama emerges as the CPAC poll winner. The question they were all asked was, who do you believe is actually going to be the Democrat nominee? And Michelle came out above Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, Gavin Newsom, RFK. They believe Michelle's the one that's going to get pulled out of the hat.
This woman has no political. I mean, she's never run nothing.
Right.
Never done nothing. So how in the hell could anybody with any common sense do this? I mean, I'm just scratching my head, but I think, golly, boy, and old Gavin Newsom was running around there when they had that meeting of the governor Friday or Saturday for the Democratic governors, running around there like he was already the president. But I don't know where anybody with any sense, especially CPAC, would come out that Michelle Obama was. I mean, can you imagine what would happen if she got in there? It would be, oh man. And I don't know who she picked for a running mate, but this is scary. They said this next 6, 7, 8, 9 months is going to be a turmoil. Well, it done started.
Oh yeah.
I mean it's crazy. And I got a phone call from my old buddy down there that being him as partner of the crime, OJB, and he just laughing his ass off. And I said, what the hell is so funny? He said, did you remove your I support Nikki Haley off your truck? And I said, there ain't no damn sticker on my truck that I support Nikki Haley. He said, oh, really? He said, you might want to go look at it again. Well, them jackasses went over there in the nighttime, and on the back, you can't hardly see it. You wouldn't ever notice it unless you were really looking for it. And there's a place right there between the fuel tank and the step, right up on the frame. They put that damn sticker on my truck.
What are friends for?
What are friends for? I said, where's it at? He said, you'll find it. Look for it, fool. So I got out of the truck, got to looking around, and I looked for it, and I couldn't find it. I said, that damn thing. And I just happened to look behind that exhaust pipe. I said, them SOBs. So I called him back, and I said, I found it. He said, got you, fool. He said, how many people seen you riding around with that Nikki Haley sticker on your truck? I said, hell, it took me a while to find it. I don't think nobody's seen it, but I owe you one.
Wow.
But she lost a bunch of her financial support today. Did you see that?
Yeah. What's his name? Are both of the Koch brothers still alive, or did one of them die? And the remaining brother, it used to be the Koch brothers.
Right, and you know, I'd never heard of them till about. I never paid no attention to them, and you know they're big into all coal, everything. Yeah. I mean, they are a major player, and I mean they're the largest, independently owned company in the world. And I got to reading up on them, and I think I might be wrong, but I think they're both still living. But it kind of shocked me that as big as Donald Trump supported the oil industry, they would back an idiot like damn Nikki Haley. I mean, that boy, oh boy, But, they must have seen something we didn't see, but I hope they throw the rest of the money over there to Donald. Get him rolling.
They're all about the big global agenda thing. These are the big, you'd have to call them the rhino supporters. They would be the ones that would support Mitt Romney. They would have supported John McCain. They would support Nikki Haley and Liz Cheney. They're all about the establishment. Right.
And they borderline Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like that congressman, that senator up yonder in Kentucky, that Massey. He rides around in a Tesla, talking about he supports big oil. And that come out on him, and I was like, what? Riding around in a Tesla, whatever they call them damn piece of junks, and he supports big oil. Got a big old sticker on it. He supports big oil. Supports coal. So anyway, that you never know, man. You never know what's going on. So we're gonna back on out of here and fight to win a little bit longer. Go up here and get all over and go back to Dallas and see what's happening down there in the Big D.
Yeah, like I said, those wiggle wagons are going to be wiggling, and I think they're saying you can have gusts up to like 60 miles per hour, Gouger, so be careful out there.
Oh, it's tough, man. I mean, these wiggle wagons, they definitely wiggling, and a lot of these guys, they ain't paying attention. They come out from behind a bridge or something, that wind will sweep them across the interstate. It's a mess out here, so everybody strapped down for the next 24 hours, and we're going to back out of here. We'll probably be talking to you later on tonight.
Very good. Thank you much, Monkey Gouger, the two-time world champion manure hauler. All right, that was, let's see, what's the scoop? Norman out there, and he said it was 75 degrees at his home 20 there in north central Kansas this past day. Where did he say they're going down to? He said Tuesday night we're going to be down to 17. Big time. There's Roy in northwest Illinois. Dealing with the 70-degree temperatures maybe later today. Said supposed to be 19 here by Wednesday morning. Wind chill's going to be near 0. Big changes coming on. Hello, Brain Dad. Morning, Steve. Happy Friday to me. 68 at Memphis International Airport. Partly cloudy, very windy conditions. We've got wind advisories here. Let's see. This evening when I got up and checked Facebook, I saw a post that a childhood friend of mine on Facebook, that was a really close friend, had passed away. Yep. Sorry to hear that. Wow. I was just talking to Gouger about, I remember that photograph because I had shared that a number of years ago. I think it was shortly after Nitro had passed away. And one by one, Sugar Bear was there. The old Sarge, the crook that he was in that photograph at the time. Maniac, yes, he lost his battle with the diabetes and the amputations. We ain't getting any younger, are we? It is 844-844-3388. We'll return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, for others, not to be confused. Gouger was a little bit confused on that. Yes, CPAC is a gathering of conservatives across the board. And by no means are they endorsing or supporting Michelle Obama. They do a number of polls. It's nearly 1,500 respondents. And Michelle Obama was the one that they believe will end up being the Democrat nominee rather than Joe Biden. They do a straw poll, as they call it. The view put forward by the Conservative Political Action Conference. Respondents were asked about their thoughts relating to the Democrat ticket ahead of this year's election. Now, Biden, the incumbent, and former President Donald Trump, the Republican frontrunner, obviously both seeking a second term come November. Questions related to the age and the mental fitness of both Trump and Biden have been consistent talking points during the primary season. Age has been a concern among voters in a hypothetical rematch between the two. Now, despite facing all this string of legal woes, contending with two serious rivals from the GOP who hoped to win the nomination, Trump saw off challenger Ron DeSantis after he withdrew from the race in January DeSantis then subsequently offered his support to Trump. Then, of course, you still have Nikki Haley still fighting to win the nomination. In terms of internal rivalry, Representative Dean Phillips, a Minnesota Democrat, is running a long-shot rival campaign against Biden, who's now won the South Carolina, Nevada, and New Hampshire Democrat primaries. Despite Biden's support from Democrats, a majority of conservatives at CPAC, it was 56%, believe Biden will not ultimately be the party's nominee when that time comes. In a further twist, in that survey, some 47%, almost half of those questions, said that they predict Michelle Obama will stand in his place instead. Some of the other names considered to replace Joe, as we talk, California's Governor Gavin Newsom, 32% said they believe Newsom will be the individual. See, Kamala Harris, nobody has confidence in this woman. 6% said they would put Kamala Harris in his place. And the Democrat now turned independent candidate, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., got 2%. 2% believe that, I guess they would try to reel him back into the Democrat Party fold. I couldn't see that happening. But so there you go. That's not an endorsement of Michelle, but just they feel she's going to be the one that's on the ticket when the day comes. We'll see. This may be a voice from the past, and they call him Dr. Cuz.
That is true. It's been a while, Steve. How are you?
Man, oh man. Well, I'm doing all right. How the hell are you?
Great. All right. Semi-retired, and instead of working days, I'm working afternoons, so I can listen to the show for a while now.
Oh, so you're all right. So you don't get to call in live. So you found yourself up late tonight for some reason.
Yeah, thank God. I never have been a morning person, but I had to become one. So, yeah, so I get a gig where I don't start till noon, so it's like I can sleep in. So, I thought, well, I'm going to call Steve and say hi. I haven't talked to him in a long time.
Indeed, quite a long time.
Yeah, well, the last night run I had was the first year of COVID, but they made us use an app that you couldn't do anything else but the app.
Yeah.
So, but it was a great gig. I worked for a lab that did COVID tests for the NFL.
How about that?
I was going up to the Detroit Lions training facility only twice a week, and picking up COVID tests and driving them from Allen Park, Michigan to Elmwood Park, New Jersey. And they paid really well. They paid $1,000 a run.
Wow.
So, yeah, for a courier, that was like, oh my God, you're kidding me. No, they weren't kidding me.
So they had to take the darn test that far. There wasn't a facility closer, like in Chicago or something?
No, there wasn't. In fact, after a while, we picked up the NBA too. So we'd go to the Pistons training facility too, and so we'd have two boxes. But every once in a while, we were getting Chicago Bulls tests. A Chicago driver would come up to Toledo.
Yeah.
And we'd meet him in Toledo, and then we'd take the COVID test to Gaithersburg, Maryland. So, yeah, but apparently this lab was only in New Jersey.
I'll be darned.
You remember? I don't know if you remember, but that first year, the Detroit Lions quarterback had a false positive COVID test.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm the person who took one lousy little test, and they paid me $1,000 to take Matthew Stafford's test to New Jersey to retest it.
That's insane.
Like, I know, but it ended after I did the last drive to New Jersey on Christmas Eve in a snowstorm.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next year they went to flying the COVID tests. So we lost our gig then, but it was a great, from training camp all the way to the last game of the season. I was working twice a week and making $2,000 a week.
Wow.
Couldn't beat it.
That sounds like a good gig, yeah. And you're in like a van or your car, right?
My car.
Your car.
My car. So it cost the car.
So yeah, so it's not like you were, getting 6-7 miles to the gallon. You're getting 30, 40, 50 miles to the gallon in the automobile. Fuel wasn't a big deal. All right, we got to pause there. We'll be back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Technically, you can call it a heat wave. The Midwest and East Coast regions can expect to see temps remaining well above normal for this time of year. Forecasters saying Monday through Wednesday will be the warmest stretch in many parts. In some places, those temps will average about 40 degrees above normal. There could also be some dangerous severe thunderstorms as a low-pressure system sweeps west to east across the country. Early Monday, out ahead of the storm front, plain states from Nebraska to West Texas are dealing with high winds and wildfire watches. Compromise legislation on foreign aid is still coming together in the U.S. House in Washington. Two of the biggest proponents, one lawmaker from each party, continue working to bring it before the full House for a vote.
We are forcing this bill to the floor to make sure that everybody acts because, as President Zelensky said, they have weeks and not months.
Republican Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania on with CBS's Face the Nation Sunday, pitching the bill to voters. So was Democratic Congressman Jared Golden of Maine.
The votes are there to support Ukraine and our other allies, Israel, Taiwan, and I think that the votes are there on border security as well.
The House Compromise Aid Bill was a cheaper version of the $95 billion measure passed by the Democratic-controlled U.S. Senate earlier this month. Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson has not made any announcement of his support behind it. And a widely anticipated Republican primary election victory is made official over the weekend for Donald Trump in South Carolina. The former president rode a wave of support for the win on Saturday.
I have never seen the Republican Party so unified as it is right now.
However, Nikki Haley says she will remain in the race.
I'm not giving up this fight when a majority of Americans disapprove of both Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The U.S. is urging caution and prudence as Israel eyes an advance into the city of Rafah in southern Gaza. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan explained the nature of the location and the people inhabiting it now that the entire region's been a war zone the past several months.
We're talking about more than 1 million people who have been pushed into this small space in Gaza. It's also the area where all of the humanitarian assistance comes into Gaza to serve all of Gaza.
Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Sullivan said the White House has made it clear to Israel the U.S. will only support a major military operation in Rafah if there's a specific plan guaranteeing the civilians' safety there. The governor of Georgia writing a letter to President Biden demanding information about the illegal immigrant from Venezuela who crossed into the country in 2022, the man now accused of assaulting and murdering a nursing student at the University of Georgia. Laura Winters reports.
Georgia Governor Republican Brian Kemp expressing outrage, demanding a response to questions surrounding the immigration status of the arrested suspect in the murder of Laken Riley.
Astronomers have recently revealed the discovery of new moons orbiting Neptune and Uranus. Published by the International Astronomical Union's Minor Planet Center, the announcement includes the identification of the first new moon observed around Uranus in over 2 decades. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We're so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Thank you so much. Welcome back. Get ready. Get ready for the reality check. Let me break some of the numbers down for you here. As we anticipate a temperature crash, 20, 40, even 60 degrees in a matter of hours, which will not only bring a cold shock to more than 100 million people from the Midwest and the Northeast, but also winter whiplash and a hazardous flash freeze in some areas between now and Wednesday night. After temperatures surge to more typical of May or early June, which we're enjoying right now, Yeah, we'll have some severe weather, and those temperatures come crashing down. Temperatures will nosedive by 20 to 40 degrees in cities like Chicago, Pittsburgh, New York City, Nashville, and Atlanta, just to name a few. In some places like Kansas City, Missouri, the rapid plunge may reach 60 degrees in less than 24 hours. When you combine the temperature, the wind, and other factors, it may plummet 60 to 80 degrees, what it feels like. Chicago, here's a good example. You're forecast to be at 75 degrees today, Tuesday. You may fail to climb back to the freezing mark on Wednesday afternoon after dropping into the upper 20s on Wednesday morning. That's nuts. This is about the biggest temperature drop you'll ever see for the Mississippi Valley area, according to AccuWeather, pointing out that hundreds of daily highs and warm overnight lows were being set late last week and early this week. St. Louis, after a high in the mid-80s today, temperatures will crash to 18 degrees by Wednesday morning. That's an actual 66-degree temperature drop. In many cases, the gusty winds will allow those paved surfaces to dry after those thunderstorms and downpours move through, but that's not going to be the case everywhere. There are some zones where a flash freeze may occur, which would be a serious hazard out there on the roadways. Snow will be flying and accumulating from portions of the Colorado Rockies today, all the way to the northern tier of Minnesota and Michigan by later on Tuesday night. In the central states, several inches of snow will pile up over the Colorado Rockies. Minneapolis, you may pick up a quick coating to an inch. Enough snow to shovel and maybe break out the plows will be the case for International Falls, Minnesota. All right, from late Wednesday to Wednesday night, motorists and pedestrians from Kentucky all the way to upstate New York are going to have to monitor those temperatures. Be on the lookout for icy patches where it may appear to be wet. It may be ice, as the temperatures have dropped quickly below the freezing mark. Along I-80 in western Pennsylvania, after highs in the 60s Wednesday morning, temperatures will plummet through the 30s and through the 20s during the evening. You'll actually see some periods of snow and maybe some icy travel. And obviously the stiff winds should be enough to prevent widespread icy conditions from developing later Wednesday night along that I-95 corridor from D.C. to New York and Boston. In other words, the winds will be blowing, should dry out the precip, the moisture that's on those surfaces before things freeze over. Meanwhile, thanks for hanging in there, Dr. Cuz. So what's on the agenda? Are you still doing a courier job, or you just say you're semi-retired now, or?
Yeah, it's a courier job for auto parts. I take auto parts to stores.
Gotcha.
A couple of stores right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's not bad. I was in New York City, November 30th through December 3rd for the last Kiss concerts, and
I was following you on Facebook with that. So, I mean, everybody, the question is, are they really, really retired? Do you think they're going to stick to it, or will they be back for one final shot?
Well, Kiss pretty much is done. Paul Stanley's voice is going bad. He's losing his voice.
Oh,
and you could tell, because when the last tour started, I went and saw him in Columbus early in the tour, and Paul sounds a lot. He didn't sound great the last couple times I seen him. So, because they came to Toledo, and I had to wear my costume that I wear at Halloween so Gene could see it.
Yeah.
But I couldn't go backstage. It was the first time because of COVID. No one was allowed backstage. I had to go around the back when they were leaving, and then you got to see the costume.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paul's now. Gene's not done. He's reforming his Gene Simmons band, and technically, it's going to be 3 out of 4 members of Kiss, the current Kiss, are playing in it. So the guitar player and the drummer are in the Gene Simmons band. So he's going to be touring around doing that.
Okay.
But yeah, Kiss is pretty much done. Kiss is done as far as Kiss goes.
Well, they're all in their 70s now, right? How old is Gene now?
Yeah, well, Gene's 73.
Okay.
74.
Yeah.
70. And Paul's 71, I think. So yeah, so they're up there, and yeah, it was time. It was time, but Gene wants to go out performing, so he's going to keep doing it. So he'll just do it in his own band.
Right.
And Paul's become a really good painter, and so he's going to more concentrate on painting, I guess. So, but I did go to see him. I was taking care of my mom, but I got my sister to handle that for a few days, and so I could go.
That's good.
I kept kind of quiet on that, but yeah. And eventually, probably by I'd say July, I'm going to go to Alaska. I'm going to work till June, and then I'm going to become a van dweller, a nomad. There's people that live in their vans, trucks, campers. That's what I want to do now. That's what I'm going to do starting in July.
That's what you want to do. That's an odd thing to want to do, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I was an expediter for a while, and I saw some people that did it, and I got intrigued with it, and so I looked it up and looked into it, and yeah, it suits my personality, I think, really well, because I don't need to be around people. So that's the plan to do that, and just drive around wherever I want to. So July, I'm going to go to Alaska.
Do what you want to do. Absolutely. Sure. Okay. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, when you're,
I've got my going to be turning 30. I've got 2 granddaughters, but I can come up and see them anytime I want to, and just go see Western Canada and all over the states. And when it's in wintertime, get my butt down to southern Texas or southern Arizona, somewhere where it's not snowing. Because Steve, we're in the same relative same age range. I'm tired of snow. I don't care that it didn't snow that much in Toledo this year, but I don't want to have to shovel anymore.
I don't complain about the mild winters. Now, I know that typically a mild winter, I know that means that there's going to be a lot of bugs and whatnot. You come the springtime and all that, but I'll take the trade-off. It'll be more food for the birds.
There you go. There you go. So I bought a box truck. And I've been working on it, getting all kind of stuff in it for storage, kitchen area, this, that, and everything. And basically I'm going to go to where I'm comfortable, truck stops, and just hang out park it in a truck stop. Then I got a bathroom, a shower, a laundry, no problem. Boom. And just I'll hang out with the expediters, because that's what I've done. I've done that job before too. So, yeah, give it a try anyway. So, so that'll be starting in July. Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck. Enjoy life on the road, as they say. And guys, I mean, you get out there. driving truck or whatever for a living, you don't really get to see all those sites and stop and enjoy things, the tourist traps and all that. You're just kind of passing through. What he's planning on doing is actually getting out there to spend some time and see this great big world as it is. There are some beautiful things to be seen out there, right? We'll return into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example...
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, looking at 19 past the hour. 5-7, getting a late start to the new week here, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. Hey, Saturday I was making a run and I started seeing it. I don't know about that road Beauregard down here, this road down in Georgia, but Robins are working their way north again. I run through a flock of them. There's going to be a whole lot of them not going to make it. But spring's coming, guys. Hang in there. Just want to make a comment on that. Brian Kemp complaining about that illegal waiver and to Joe Biden. You know what? Hey, maybe Joe Biden wouldn't have been president if Brian Kemp would have allowed the investigation about Fulton County.
Yeah.
And the corruption going on that in the vote. So Brian Kemp, you're as guilty as Joe Biden and all the other governors that allowed Pennsylvania that allowed this to go on. We may have an assigned president, but not an elected president. And this is what we got. So sitting there Saturday, my wife and I, we were expecting to have 8, 9 o'clock, even 10 o'clock maybe to find out, how Trump did. It was so wonderful that it was before the 7 o'clock hour. We were listening to Fox News. Newsmax walked away from us, put us Newsmax 2. So they tell stories more than they have the news right now on the satellite. But Fox had it on there, and it's right up front. Donald Trump's beat Nikki Haley. Now that's how we're going to have to do with the Democrats. We're going to have to get out in numbers. We're going to have to vote and give Donald Trump the House, and give him the Senate too, or it's just going to be a nightmare up there. But get ready. You think it was bad before? You wait and see when he gets up there. These people are scared to death of Donald Trump. They're going to be out. The Antifa
BLM's going to be in the streets. Those so-called people that Terry Lake was told about, the closest we've heard about them, the closest title, powerful people back east. You know, we need names, take numbers, find out who's affecting our elections like this, and control them. So I think you're going to see, I'm afraid we're going to see blood in the streets. I pray not, but you know what? That sitting there watching that acceptance speech by Donald Trump, I just couldn't help but laugh when they called in Lindsey Graham. You know what? Trump has a little problem there. I let people in that have a tendency to stab him in the back.
Yeah.
I hope he's learning his lesson. And, this time I have a funny feeling Trump's going to put his family in charge. And when they say, oh, you can't do that, he said, well, my family is the only one that won't stab me in the back. So I think he's going to do what he's going to do, but that's a bad sign. But yeah, I couldn't help but laugh. Everybody booing Lindsey Graham coming up. Hey, South Carolina's guy. Hey, we're not perfect down here. Let's put it that way. I can't tell you why he's still up there, but it was just good to hear Tim Scott's getting his voice, and Trump even said it. He didn't even talk that. He didn't pronounce and talk like he does for Donald Trump, or like in his own behalf when he was running. So Tim Scott's I voted for him twice. Looks like he's coming out of the darkness, starting to take a stand. That's good. And I just absolutely love Ramaswamy. He's been out there thumping for Donald Trump in the streets, answering questions. So, hey, you said it earlier. You know, the Democrats are still going to vote for Biden. It's because I'm sitting there watching the news last night, and they're talking about Biden is going out after the border to take care of the border because the Republicans refuse to allow the toughest immigration policy since when? Yeah, but they never one time in that said about the numbers allowed in every day, and the fact, to me, the only person I heard this was Ted Cruz, and this to me is the main thing: taking the power out of the judiciary, federal judges in Texas, and putting them in Washington D.C., where apparently the liberals have more control over the people. Talk about taxation without representation, you know. So it seems like them judges in Texas know more about what the people of Texas need. And there you go. But it's up to it. Hey, there was almost zero. Matter of fact, I don't remember an ad on Trump's behalf against Nikki Haley. But there was tons and tons.
Right.
During the news broadcast, at least two. So he didn't spend no money. And so, listen, when the time comes, they're going to have to start spending the money and telling the truth on the border issue, the reason why the Republicans didn't vote for it, and how they were selling us out, selling the American people out. It's Trump's job. It's a Republican's job to get in there and maybe change some of those minds. But I posted this weekend. There's a lot of Democrats, inner city Democrats of color, that have opened their eyes, and I don't think they're going to vote for Biden this time around. Other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the rest of the show. This is 5-7.
Sounds like a plan. All right. He sees the robins begin their migratory pattern. It won't be long. I mean, yeah, the hummingbirds, they're pretty much stuck down there on the Gulf Coast right now. But I was looking at some of the patterns. Well, yeah, by April, they've made their way up to the Carolinas, Georgia, Tennessee. Spring's a-coming, as he said. All right, a couple minutes before we hit our news break here. Does it mean anything? South Dakota Republican Governor Kristi Noem. She's on that short list to be a vice presidential pick for Trump. Apparently, she met with the former president at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Palm Beach, Florida, Monday. Kristi Noem, in her second term as governor, which she won in November of 22 with 62% of the vote. Yeah, she was confirmed early this month by Trump that she's on that short list, along with Senator Tim Scott, Vivek Ramaswamy, supposedly Ron DeSantis, Byron Donalds, and even Tulsi Gabbard, the former Hawaii Democrat representative who was no longer part of the Democrat Party. But she was coming off her speech at the CPAC. Yeah, the straw poll taken at the conference actually had her tied with Ramaswamy for first place as their preference to be Trump's running mate in November. A Trump-Noem ticket is also the preferred pairing in Wisconsin. According to a Kaplan Strategies poll last week, Noem has a favorability rating of 39% in Wisconsin, with DeSantis next at 35% and Ramaswamy at 28%. Of course, Kristi Noem endorsed Trump in September and said at the time that she would absolutely consider being his running mate. So, all right, we'll see. Time will tell. News break time, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. A significant U.S. Supreme Court hearing Monday centers on the influence of social media companies on online content. The court is scrutinizing laws supported by Republicans in Texas and Florida, which were enacted amid allegations that platforms like TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube exhibit bias against conservative viewpoints. Authorities are reporting that the individual accused in the killing of a University of Georgia student is an illegal immigrant with a prior criminal record. Jose Ibarro was apprehended in connection with the homicide of 22-year-old Laken Riley, whose remains were found last week in a wooded area near the university. A significant weather system is moving across the United States. Snowfall expected in the Mountain West, while the plains face the risk of fires. Additionally, the Midwest may experience thunderstorms. This marks the onset of the first of two storm systems expected to affect the country in the coming week. John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. EDT will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So, my name is Mike Moshinsky. I'm the Vice President of Trainco Truck Driving Schools. Trainco Truck Driving Schools was started in 1996. Originally, I met my business partner, which is our president, Mr. Ken Howell, still our current president today, although he's residing most days in sunny Arizona, but he's still a big part of our network and what we do here at Trainco, and he is our president, and I'm the vice president. And Mr. Howell was the one that started the company in 1996, and at that time we were CDL testing through a company called Northwest CDL. He had been the CDL examiner, a third-party test site for the state of Ohio since 1993. And prior to that, he was a third-party examiner for another company. But in 1993, he had bought the rights for the state of Ohio to be the third-party test site. And that's how I met Mr. Howell, was taking my then students of the University of Toledo to his test site to earn their commercial driver's license. And I was working at the University of Toledo as a shuttle bus CDL coordinator and trainer, because it was at that time in early 1992 that everybody had to have a commercial driver's license. So while I was a student there, I was a shuttle bus driver myself, and the laws had changed, and it just so happened I happened to be the first one in our department of 50 students that ran the department that had to convert their chauffeur's license at that time into what was the new commercial driver's license. And that entailed me doing the entire process, not just grandfathering in. So I had met with the Highway Patrol, and my boss's boss, and I learned the process of the CDL at a very early stage, and one of the only ones, and I passed my test, and they said, "That's wonderful, can you train the next guy?" And that's how my training career started, and I was taking my students to then Northwest CDL Test Center, and that's where I met Mr. Howell. And he asked me to be a CDL examiner, of which I did become a CDL examiner in late 1994, did my first test in 1995. And we were working together as CDL examiners, him full-time, myself part-time. I just did it on Saturdays. And then he wanted to start a truck driving school because there was a big need. There was a lot of people struggling with the test, didn't know really what the test was about. So he decided to start a truck driving school on a part-time basis as well. And we did that in 1996. So from 96 till 1999, I did driver training through Trainco part-time, as well as some CDL testing at Northwest CDL part-time, and worked full-time at the University of Toledo. In 1999, I decided to leave the University of Toledo and join Mr. Howell full-time at Trainco Truck Driving School, and that's when I became the vice president and partner of Trainco Truck Driving Schools. And since 1999, this is what I've been doing. Mr. Howell and I have worked very hard to create a truck driver training program. He's done great things to get it off the ground and get us moving. and we've been doing it for a long time. It's all we do is driver training and driver testing. Northwest CDL test site is still a center for the state of Ohio, a third-party test site in the Toledo area. Throughout the course of time, we've had Michigan schools, Ohio schools. We have trained in the prisons in Ohio. We've trained in 4 different prisons over the course of our careers here, training inmates that are soon to be released. We're CDL examiners in the state of Michigan, and did that for several years in the Detroit market. And currently we have 2 schools licensed in Michigan, one at the Washtenaw Community College campus, we're a partner. Monroe County Community College, where we are a training partner with them to do their CDL training. And then in Ohio, our corporate headquarters is Perrysburg, Ohio, and that's where I'm at today. That's where it really started from. We originally started in Monroe, but our home base is Toledo. Always, Ken and I are Ohio people from Toledo area. And so Perrysburg is our headquarters, and we also currently have a Terra State Community College, which is in Fremont, Ohio, where we're their training partner as well.
So could I ask you, a lot of truck drivers coming into the business. We need truck drivers. Can you give me the breakdown on, we get calls from time to time, should I go to a truck driving school, or should I go to a truck driving company that offers truck driver training, and they say, well, if you work for us for a certain amount of time, you'll be a truck driver. What's the difference in a truck driving school versus like a company that offers free training?
Okay, that's a very good question, Steve. And the landscape is changing a little bit in that question, in that segment. For the longest time, when you go to a truck driving school, you're kind of coming in on your own. You're with the public, and a truck driving school, generally speaking, as I can speak for Ohio and Michigan, are licensed by the state. So there's a lot of guidelines and regulations that we must follow to train. For instance, in the state of Ohio, we have a ratio of number of students to a truck, and that's a compliance issue that we must maintain. We have a student count that we can't go over per instructor. So those rules are there to protect that public so that they get a great education. So there were times in the past where smaller companies didn't have maybe the time or the resources to spend in high quality training. They would maybe do a minimal training level to get their guy through and pass the CDL test. There were also great companies out there that were doing great things in the training department, and they would do wonderful training and they would have a great driver. So either way worked to a degree. Sometimes the small guy who grew up on a farm, he worked for a small farmer or a smaller outfit. He had great skills and could get through the process relatively quickly. And then there were others that didn't have the great skills and they got through the process. That's where the entry-level driver training has always been on the radar, and just recently, now we're into year 2 of entry-level driver training, where everyone now must have a minimum level of documented training through the federal government that says they're ready to take the CDL exam. So you can no longer take a CDL driving test, the state CDL driving exam, until you've completed entry-level driver training. So that's really changing the landscape. And what that means is the big carriers and the big companies that have always been doing good, high-quality training, they're meeting those entry-level driver training standards, and they always have. I mean, they're ones that have set that bar, for example. And the truck driving schools are meeting and exceeding those ELDT standards. They always have. The states have regulated it to be so. It's those small, middle companies that weren't in that documentation of their CDL training program that are really the ones that are in the lurch or in the struggle situation right now. Do they have the resources to dedicate to an entry-level driver training program to make it successful and be in compliance? If they don't, that's when they're seeking out truck driving schools. So you can still go either way. A lot of trucking companies will train you, and they're asking you to sign a commitment. If they're going to invest in the training of you, they ask for a commitment back.
That was my biggest question. I mean, going to, you're going to pay a certain amount for, say, your training. And if I go through your training, am I eligible to go to any trucking company? Or, I mean,
Yes.
it used to be a lot of companies had to have 2 years minimum experience. Is that still the case? But if I lock into, say, I'm not going to name names, but a company that trains me, they want me to be with them for the next 12 to 18 months. Versus if I get my CDL license through a company like yours, can I go to any company or?
That's absolutely right, Steve. So if you come to a truck driving school, you may say that you're a free agent. So once you graduate, you're free to go to work wherever you can find work. Seek out your best employment opportunities with your CDL in your pocket. You now have the credential to go to work immediately and go to work wherever you want. If you go to work at a company that does train, you're right, they do have you sign an agreement that says you're going to work a year or 2 years to pay back that training. Years past, they've always done that.
Dollars and cents wise, what would you say is the best advice if you had a choice of coming to your training school versus going to a school that's going to say, we're going to train you for free, which I've heard that you're kind of an indentured servant then for a certain amount of time. And I want to get to the question of how many drivers stick around versus going to a truck driver's school, a trucking company's school, versus coming to, say, your company and being trained as a truck driver. You've got your CDL, you can go where you want to go. There's a lot of drivers that drop out of trucking 6 months or less into their training after getting their CDL because they feel like they're so overburdened by the cost they're paying back to the company.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know that I have a stat that compares whether or not someone went to a truck driving school versus a company paid training program as to how long they stay or if they stay. I don't feel, my opinion is that they're leaving the industry for other reasons. It's more the lifestyle that gets them in a situation where they drop out of the industry. It is also more the pay when you break down the amount of hours that they're away from home versus what they're bringing in. Even though truck drivers make fantastic pay, some of these individuals get into the industry and they don't realize that, man, there's a price to pay to be away from home. And trucking still lends itself to being away more than at home. And it's not necessarily shift work where you're going in at 7 and you're home at 3:30 or 4 every day. That shift is always constantly changing because freight's moving around the clock. I feel that it's better to go to a school. If you can do so, it's best because you simply have the options to go to work wherever you choose. And that's a valuable asset, is to have choices.
And you're not locked in for 12 or 18 or 24 months into where you got your training. Okay.
Correct. But
that makes sense.
But to the other side of the equation, the companies, the ones that do company-sponsored training, will oftentimes prorate your expense. So let's just throw out a $5,000 figure, and they want you to work there for 2 years to earn back the $5,000 that they spend to train you. So it's $2,500 a year or an X amount of dollars per month. So if you work the first year, it may only cost you $2,500 to buy out of that agreement at the end of year one, and you would be free to go. So they're not locking you in. You just have to pay your way out. So you do have an option, but you still have to come up with the money to pay your way out of that agreement or work your way out of the agreement. So one way or the other, you're paying for your training. And if you have the cash or the ability to pay it up front, then you simply have choices that are probably more open, more opportunities. There's for sure more opportunities because not all companies have a training program. So the company that you're really looking to desire to work for may be a smaller player in the industry and can't afford sponsored training. Therefore, a school is your avenue to get to those, maybe a better job or a better fit for you.
Okay, so if I take the company and I indenture myself for a certain amount of time, I'm kind of locked in there. And sometimes they'll say they want 120,000 miles. It's not a time frame. Have you heard that some companies will actually bring you in and you're not doing well, and then they'll cut back your miles and make it more difficult for you to finish your time to pay off your training? My question would be,
Yeah.
is it better to go to a trucking school where you pay outright and you get your CDL and you don't have to get locked into, per se, a company?
Well, obviously, I'm a biased opinion on that. I have a truck driving school, so yes, I always feel that's the best way to go. And I say that only simply because you have choices and you're not locked in, and that's true. But again, the bigger the carrier and the stronger their reputation, generally speaking, they're there to take care of the driver. We need drivers still so bad in our industry. They're not chasing you out of the industry. They're trying to retain us as much as possible as drivers.
I hear that message, but the problem is the turnover rate. You're familiar with the turnover rate in the industry. It's incredible. And most of the time, the discussions lead to it's about the driver's pay and compensation. If Company A hires me out of your driving school because I don't have any driving experience, I'll get a certain level of pay. But as soon as Company B, when I have 1 year experience or 2 years, I've got a better pay rate. They move. And you understand what I'm saying?
I do, and that does happen. I do feel that as a truck driver coming into the industry, there's a level of dues that, so to speak, need to be paid. I mean, you're generally speaking, the new driver gets worser truck. Worser truck is that? I don't know if that's the term. The one that's not so nice.
The older, the beat up truck, but then you have to pay your dues to get into. Everybody has to make their way up the ladder to be progressive in an industry. Do many of these trucking companies dangle the golden, you can make $90,000 per year? And they think they're coming into an industry where they'll make that the first year. And in reality, they're going to struggle to pay for their lunch every day.
I think, that does happen. I'm not saying that it doesn't, but the more reputable companies are pretty accurate of what you can make, but you do have to run their schedule, so to speak. And I think that's where the disconnect comes in, is that a lot of people coming into our industry are a little bit unaware of what does truck driving truly look like.
You're not going to be home every night. You're not going to be necessarily home every weekend. They think they're going to sleep in their bed and drive a truck during the day. So
that still happens, yes. They believe that, and that's not true. And then in the other misnomer a lot of times is, you get a local job, and the local job has a lot of turnover to a degree as well, because they didn't realize that it entailed so much work, physical work, or maybe such a long day. Because a lot of times a local job is still not going to be an 8-hour day. It's going to be a 10, 11-hour day of working and driving. When they sit there and realize that, wow, that truck that I'm pulling all that freight, some of that's coming off that trailer by hand. I'm unloading it at the McDonald's or at the Burger King because I'm in the food service business, and it's a two-wheel truck. So when they start to do all that math, and they're like, I feel I can handle this. And we all, I'm just the same, like I could do that. And when you really put in it, you're like, you know what? Maybe I can't do it as well as I thought I could. And so I think a lot of that does happen.
In your training school, do you try to teach drivers that there are certain things called no-touch freight versus drop and hook, where you're just dropping a load and you're moving on? Do you teach them those sort of things?
Absolutely. We talk about what is the trade-off. A lot of times you'll get a customer come in and say, hey, this is what I want to do. And we'll say, all right, you want to be more local, more home time. What are your skill sets now? What is it that you do? You need to try and, in our opinion, find something that you are passionate about or that you're good at right now, and find that niche or that fit in the trucking industry. That's the best avenue to breaking down doors or getting into doors to get that job that might be a better fit for you. So always take the skill sets that you have currently and try to align those with how the trucking industry works within that environment.
Okay. So if I come to Trainco and you've got a number of locations you work with, and I go through your training school, how do you help me after I get out of your training? I've got my CDL, do you help me get a job somewhere?
Yep. So we sure do. We actually have a dedicated individual on our recruiting sales team. He's our sales guy, we refer to him as, but he's our recruiter as well. And so not only is he trying to attract business in, but his job is then to make certain he's helping you find a job on the backside. So he's constantly working with several companies that he makes calls to help with their training needs. And then in return, we then will say, hey, we have some drivers that you may want to look at. And then we try and guide and direct our students to that right fit job. So we do that all the way through. And if you ever were to lose a job, you're always welcome. We tell you, please come on back. We'll try and help you get the next job as well. So obviously it depends on how you lost the first job as to how much help we can provide in the next job. Right. But, if you're leaving the right way and you're out looking, or if you come to us first and say, hey, I'm really looking to make a change, now we're in a better position to help you out. But if it's because you did something that was, not so nice out there in our industry and you had a bad episode or something like that, It's going to be difficult to get you that next job no matter what the situation is.
Accidents have consequences. Speeding has consequences. Anything that violations have consequences.
Our new drug policies across the country that are making, marijuana and things like that a legal substance, but they are not legal in the trucking industry. That message is not getting out fast enough to our drivers. It's getting there. People are paying a price. There are some very good people that are sitting on the sidelines currently because they didn't understand the rules.
In other words, you can't have a good time on the weekend with THC and then still go to work on Monday like you could if you had a beer, per se. That is a big problem, yes.
It is. And where we're at in the testing process and how to test for impairment for marijuana versus alcohol, we're not there yet. But right now, the DOT is a hard line. You cannot take those scheduled drugs. And if they are in your system, you're not qualified to drive. And that's the message that really needs to get out. There's two playing fields. There's your recreational playing field, but if you're a truck driver, the recreational playing field is off limits. You can't be a part of it.
Yeah. Yep. So if I'm interested in becoming a truck driver, we're talking to the people out there, like we have calls on a regular basis. I'm looking to become a truck driver, and I asked you some of the questions earlier. Should I go to a college school or a mid-college, or should I go to a truck driver accredited school or truck driver training program? Your recommendation is probably go with like you guys, because you're going to have the access to go where you want once you've got that CDL in your pocket.
Sure, absolutely. I think that that's highly valuable to go to what I would call a proprietary school for truck driver training versus a college. Now, I say that tongue-in-cheek because we are on these college campuses, and that's very, very important, but it's powered by Trainco, and that makes a big difference, in my opinion, in the sense that it's powered by a truck driver training program versus one that is in-house on a campus. Versus, say, if these schools were to do these programs on their own, I think they struggle. I don't think they can give it the resources and the energy that it's dedicated. So it's a niche. It's kind of like they've, in a way, contracted us, very talented, in this segment to help get that thing going. And I think that that's a huge asset. I think that's the smartest play, in that you're seeking out the best. Their job then is to seek out great schools and have align with them. And they do that training. So they're kind of putting the pieces together more like a jigsaw puzzle instead of trying to be the puzzle maker and the puzzle itself. I think that that's the best way to go. So I would watch that. I mean, I've just seen a lot of college campuses that are in the program, and they're good. They can be good, but they don't get the level of dedication, in my opinion, that the trucking program needs, because they're just one program out of maybe hundreds of programs on that college campus. And that makes it tough. You're too diversified, you're too spread out, you're not focused. Whereas in our environment, this is all we do is driver training and driver testing. And so even when you go to Terra State Community College or Washtenaw Community College or Monroe County Community College, you're being trained by a company. Even though you've got that Monroe County Community College campus credential, you're still being trained really through the heart of Trainco which is dedicated to driver training and driver testing.
There you go. And people that have been around for a number of years, you know the ins, the outs. It's not like you've only had 6 months of driver experience and you're trying to train someone. You've been around since the 1990s. You know the ins and the outs.
Yep, that's right. We've been at it a long time. It's all we do.
All right. So if I wanted to get a hold of Trainco, how do I contact you guys?
Our main headquartered phone number is 419-837-5730. But we're also on the World Wide Web, right? And that's Trainco
Everybody.
Inc.
Yes.
Yep. TraincoInc.com. So it's TraincoInc.com.
TRAINCO. TraincoInc.com. Okay.
Yep.
All right. What do you think? The future of trucking is there truly a driver shortage? Because that's the big talk these days. It's been a debate for years. Is there truly a shortage, or are the autonomous trucks going to take over?
Well, I do. Yeah, right. I mean, it's a very moving target. I do feel that there's still a driver shortage. That truly does exist. It's going to take many, many years yet for the autonomous truck to become, what the movies say this will be. I mean,
right.
We're living in this reality movie world, and we're bringing the movies into our reality type thing. It's going to take several years for that to happen. They're working hard to make that happen, I think, every day on their side. But I still feel that there's currently a driver shortage, and a lot of it is because of turnover in the lifestyle. I mean, that happens, so that changes. I don't think the driver shortage is as impactful today as it was 2 and 3 years ago. I think it's diminished some. I do believe that. But overall, the shortage is still there, and there's still a great need for good drivers. The landscape changes a little bit from, over the years. Even if we have autonomous trucks, I mean, I don't know, we're still going to need some driver segment of doing something. That to get at the final mile, those are always tough questions still too.
You cannot eliminate the human element out of truck driving. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're decades, I think, from really truly 100% elimination. I'm not going to see that in my entire lifetime, nor will my kids, I don't think.
Right. I got you. Well, I thank you so much for taking some time out to chat with us here this morning, Mike. I really do appreciate it.
You're welcome, Steve. Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. And again, give us the Trainco Inc. is the website.
Yep. TraincoInc.com. That's TraincoInc.com.
Thank you so much. You have a wonderful day.
All right. Thank you, Steve.
All right. There you go. We'll be back with more after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden is scheduled to visit the U.S.-Mexico border on Thursday amidst mounting criticism of his immigration policy. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters the president intends to encourage Republicans to reconsider a border deal that was brokered by a bipartisan group of senators.
Stop playing politics and to provide the funding needed for additional U.S. Border Patrol agents, more asylum officers, fentanyl detection technology, and more.
The agreement collapsed earlier this month following staunch opposition from Republicans who argued that it lacked sufficient measures to stem the tide of illegal immigration. Authorities say the individual accused in the killing of a University of Georgia student is an illegal immigrant with a prior criminal record. Jose Ibarra was apprehended in connection with the homicide of 22-year-old Laken Riley, whose remains were found last week in a wooded area near the university. Former President Trump is seeking to overturn his $454 million civil fraud verdict in New York. His legal team submitted a notice of appeal Monday, pointing to alleged judicial errors. The appeal disputes the ruling that Trump misrepresented his wealth to advance his real estate interests. The 2024 presidential contest makes its way to Michigan on Tuesday, following Donald Trump's decisive victory over Nikki Haley in her native South Carolina last Saturday, effectively securing the Republican nomination for president. While Trump is anticipated to secure Michigan, Haley remains committed to the race, saying a majority of Americans disapprove of both Trump and President Biden. A significant U.S. Supreme Court hearing Monday centered on the influence of social media companies on online content. The court scrutinizing laws supported by Republicans in Texas and Florida, which were enacted amid allegations that platforms like TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube exhibit bias against conservative viewpoints. The companies contend any regulation targeting them infringe upon their First Amendment freedom of speech. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Federal Trade Commission has filed a lawsuit seeking to halt the merger between grocery giants Kroger and Albertsons. The FTC contends that the proposed merger, which would constitute the largest consolidation in U.S. supermarket history, could lead to increased consumer prices. Initially announced in 2022, the merger aimed to unite the 5th and 10th largest retailers in the nation. Some politicos want him to step up and potentially challenge for the Democratic presidential nomination, but California Governor Gavin Newsom says he's all in for a second Biden term in the White House. Ryan Daniels has more.
He says the economy has weathered historic inflation because paychecks have continued to roll for millions of Americans.
What he's done in 3 years has been a masterclass, close to 15 million jobs. That's 8 times more than the last 3 Republican presidents combined.
Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Newsom said he felt confident Biden would come out on top in the 2024 election. Meanwhile, the Trump campaign continues to push messages about the U.S. economy and how it was humming under his administration prior to the COVID-19 pandemic.
A significant weather system is moving across the United States. Snowfall expected in the Mountain West, while the plains face the risk of fires. Additionally, the Midwest may experience thunderstorms. This marks the onset of the first of 2 storm systems that are expected to affect the country in the coming week. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much, and welcome back, or welcome aboard for those maybe just joining us. Hope your week's off to a good start. As we made it to a Monday, we are working from time zone to time zone into the 27th day of February. Here we are. Appreciate Mike taking some time out there for us with TrainCo, truck driver training. I guess long story short, the idea is if you can afford the cost of going through the professional training that they would offer and have the opportunity to go where you want to go and not be locked in. The one thing that I did notice, I think there's a lot more to the... I posed the question to some of these companies, these big companies. You sit down with the recruiter and they dangle this beautiful hang the moon before you that, hey, our top drivers are making $95,000 a year. Well, underscore top drivers. They've been there a while. You're not going to make that the first year. A lot of these guys are going to be making $40,000 the first year. Then have all the costs taken out and struggling to pay for their lunch, right? It ain't cheap eating at truck stops either. And then we talked about the autonomous technology. I'm on the bandwagon. I think that's much further down the road than many of these. He said it's like the Hollywood, trying to make Hollywood become reality. At some point, I guess it will. But there's quite the fight going on around the country trying to, in some cases, slow down, hit the brakes on autonomous trucks. That's one industry headline we were going to share this Tuesday morning. Take you to the state of Kentucky. Teamsters, firefighters, police officers, other union members, and elected officials gathered February 22nd at the Kentucky Capitol to demand that senators in that state vote against House Bill 7. According to the statement released by the Teamsters, that legislation would legalize driverless trucks in the state with little to no oversight. We cannot let California's big tech write laws for our state. Lawmakers need to pass legislation that's by and for Kentucky residents, according to Teamsters General Secretary Treasurer Fred Zuckerman. Senators need to preserve good union jobs, safe streets, and the will of the people by stopping this bill dead in its tracks. Now, the Teamsters statement said that safety problems are widespread in states that allow driverless vehicles, citing several incidents in which driverless taxis have struck pedestrians, bicyclists, and other vehicles. October last year, the Cruise robo-taxi that ran over a pedestrian and drug her 20 feet. Then just this month, vehicles operated by Cruise nearly collided with children in two separate incidents. Also this month, he had a Waymo robo-taxi that hit a cyclist in San Francisco, and two Waymo robo-taxis crashed into the same truck just minutes apart. As a result of these accidents, the statement says Cruise is actually being investigated by the Department of Justice, and Waymo has issued a software recall. According to the local Teamster president, driverless trucks are a danger to highway safety and good jobs in Kentucky. These companies only care about profit, not the safety of our roads or the thousands of jobs they're going to put at risk by this unproven technology. Our elected officials must listen to the workers of this state, not the corporations, and vote no on House Bill 7. Again, this is specific to the state of Kentucky, but according to the Teamsters statement, they say polling shows more than 4 out of 5 Kentucky voters would be less likely to support their legislature if they voted to allow driverless cars and trucks on the roadways in Kentucky. And they are concerned that driverless vehicles are a threat to replacing workers' jobs. All right, genuine concerns, autonomous technology. What do you say, Philip?
Hey, can you hear me today, bud? My phone must have give out on me yesterday.
We got
How
you.
you doing?
Doing well, doing fine. Thank you.
Thanks for having that guy on. He talked a little bit about the side of truck driving schools that a lot of people don't understand. A lot of people think when they go to those truck driving schools that they got an instantaneous job. It doesn't work that way, and it's up to the individual for what they're going to do in their career. It's, you know what I mean, Steve? A lot of people don't think about that when they get into a career. And he preferenced that they're going to figure out in different areas for you to go. Well, the thing about it is a lot of the good jobs in trucking stem on your experience. But you can't get experience unless you get out there on the road and spend years on the road before you get into like a P&D situation. And that's something that a lot of them don't point out. You know, there's not too many companies that run P&D that will hire you right out of truck driving school. And they want at least 3 years of experience. And that's where a lot of guys go in the industry, and they kind of bomb on it. When they can't find anything, then they get out of it. You know, I know I went through that in 90 when I went to truck driving school just because of the CDL. I already knew how to drive. I'd already been driving, but I went just because of the CDL, you know, the CDL coming into play. And I tell you what, it takes a lot when you're out there and you don't have a lot of experience, you know, and that's one of the big things that a lot of guys go through. You know, they don't want to be on the road all the time. There's a lot of guys that want to do P&D, but P&D is one of those industries you've got to have the experience before you get into a city situation with a big truck, you know, and it's one thing that you have to, a lot of guys don't understand it. You know, I couldn't understand it back then, but now I do. That after I did it for 25 years, I understood, you know. That's why they want you to kind of deal with an over-the-road situation to get you used to the vehicle and get you used to driving the vehicle. It isn't like driving a car, and you got to understand how to turn and how to back up, you know, and do all the things that you need to do to get into a customer's dock. And that's one of the big misnomers with trucking. A lot of guys don't know that, you know. As far as the automation goes, I think that if we're going to put regulations on motors and vehicles and what kind of stuff goes on with going in the air, well, you know what? We need to regulate the autonomous and the electric stuff just as hard as we're doing the diesel stuff. What do you think, Steve?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, they've come a long way with the technology, but by no means is it ready for prime time.
I think that it needs to go through the same amount of regulatory process that a truck today that is a fossil fuel burning truck that a normal individual drives goes through. If they're going to put everybody through all this collision avoidance stuff and ELDs and all this other stuff, all this regulatory stuff, they need to put the autonomous trucks and the electric trucks through the same process. Because if it's going to be in the same industry, it needs to go through the same regulatory process.
Yeah.
I think the federal government needs to be a little bit more involved with the roads because the infrastructure has to be in place for these vehicles to operate correctly. And there's a lot of infrastructure out here that's not right, that needs to be updated. And nobody is looking at that part of the deal. All they're looking about is, hey, dude, let's get a truck out there and go. Well, you know what? There's certain processes with the trucks, the autonomous trucks, that have to be in place for the road to be correct for the truck. I think it would work in a situation going from a warehouse off the interstate to another warehouse off the interstate, but getting into a downtown situation where you're going down into people's places to deliver freight like P&D work, I don't think it's going to work right away. They need to get it trimmed up a lot. They need to get the infrastructure right on the roads before they think about even putting an autonomous truck out there. I mean, that's my feelings. Am I wrong for thinking that, Steve?
I say not at all. And aside from the autonomous vehicles, you talked about the infrastructure. I don't know if you were with me last week at the time I shared the story where they're saying that these electric vehicles are doing exponential damage to the roads because of the extra weight. I think the Ford F-150 Lightning weighs like 2,000 pounds more than the internal combustion engine version. And the roads, especially the side roads, aren't really designed to handle that incredible weight. Interstates are pretty much designed to handle, if you can handle a big truck, you can handle an electric vehicle. I guess a lot of these side streets, though, are seeing their infrastructure all tore up by the electric vehicles.
Well, just to put you in perspective, I talked about it not too long ago. There was a trailer that they are adding a pusher axle to with an electric motor. Okay, they're going to put batteries on a trailer, have a motor on the trailer to help the truck push it along. They were talking about that. That's some of the new technology that's coming out. That unit alone added 4,500 pounds to the trailer. Now, you think about it, a trailer weighs about 17,000 pounds. A normal dry van trailer is about 17,000 pounds with nothing on it. And now you're gonna up it up to over 20,000 pounds, and that's more weight that you're losing in freight, but you're also pushing down on the road, and that causes a lot of damage. I mean, a lot of these interstates out here with hauling these big loads on it, the weights, you can actually see it. I mean, that's why we get rutting in the road, and we get a lot of the damage that we get. And it's just repetitive weight coming over it continuously. And these side roads are even more ridiculous because the counties and the states, they don't take care of the roads like they're supposed to. You know, if you're going to carry weight on a road, you have to keep it paved correctly. Is that the individual's problem? No, that is the county or the state or the federal government that runs through. You know what I mean, Steve?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And it's something that we need to address. I mean, that's why we got a lot of problems with in the United States. I mean, we've got bridges that are nowhere can handle the weight that they're really pumping every day. I mean, have they still got that bridge messed up there by you guys in Cincinnati?
Oh, they're making progress on it. I think the Brent Spence Bridge, they're going to start construction later, maybe this year or early next, and it'll be ready by 2029.
Yeah, if you really want to see something that is what can happen with a bridge, the worst case scenario, Steve, and I'll have look up this story if you ever get a chance. Look up the story of the Skyway Bridge that was down by St. Petersburg that fell down. This was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And that bridge was in dilapidated condition, and they knew it. And it fell in with a big barge. A big barge ran into it, which caused its demise, its final demise. But it pushed it over the limit, if you know what I mean.
Right.
And it's something that needs to be addressed. I mean, we have a lot of bridges that need attention in this country, and nobody's paying attention to it. I mean, think about all the ones for the Midwest and stuff. So, but that's my 2 cents today, buddy. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
All right. Safe travels on into seeing the mouse. There's Philip. What do we have? A new Travel Centers of America? Let's see. Travel Centers of America celebrating the opening of a truck stop in Kentucky, which will be the company's 300th travel center. The new 12,200 square foot TA, let's see, Richwood Road, Walton, Kentucky. That's off I-75-71, exit 175. TA plans to celebrate the opening of the 300th travel center with a celebration on February 27th. That'll be today, 10 a.m., at the Walton store, 10 o'clock this morning. This is one of the 20 stores that TA plans to open this year, adding 1,600 truck parking spaces to the company's network. So what do we have at this new store here in Walton, Kentucky? 6 diesel fuel positions, Diesel exhaust fluid available at every pump. Have a KFC and a highway kitchen dining option. 60 truck parking spaces. TA Truck Service Center with 4 bays. Emergency roadside assistance services, 6 showers, laundry facilities, got the Catskills, a driver's lounge, and a pet area. And again, the celebration, grand opening today, 10 a.m. New TA location. We'll be back in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Oh, there's Hillbilly. 2 days in a row. What's going on, Hillbilly?
Yeah, I think I'm early morning shift now, but I switched myself to somehow. That T8 is not new. It's an old T8 that they tore down and completely rebuilt there at Richwood.
Okay, so it's a new store. It's a new store at the old location.
It's brand new, but
Gotcha.
But there's no location. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
But yeah, actually, it's been open for about 3 weeks now.
Has it?
Yeah. At least I've been seeing the fuel lights on and all the lights on. Trucks been parking in there, so I figured it was open. I had to stop in there. But, yeah, there's just no location. They completely rebuilt. But it needed it. It was an old 76 at one time, I believe, back in the day. Hey, Steve, when you're talking to the guy from the trucking school, were you talking to a tin can? It sure sounded like it.
I don't know what the deal with the audio was. I'm not sure what happened there.
He was perfectly clear, but you sounded like you were
I know.
into a tin can.
Yep.
So the Democrats wanting Michelle Obama to run now?
Well, that was actually the CPAC. The conservatives think. I mean, that this has been the rumor for weeks and weeks now. The suggestion is when the Democrat convention rolls around, that the electors cast their votes and that they're not going to choose Joe, that they're going to somehow try to pull Michelle Obama out of the woodwork and put her on the ticket.
The rumor I've been hearing is they're going to find Joe Biden and make Camelot president and have Michelle run for the candidacy because they don't want Camelot in there. What I've always been hearing for the last month and a half. But either way, I mean, Michelle Obama's going to bring a lot of votes.
I think everybody pretty much knows Kamala Harris would not. I mean, she polls a whole lot lower. I mean, she's worse than even Joe. There's no way.
Right.
I mean, if you had Kamala and Trump head to head on the ticket, I think Trump
It'd
should
be a landslide.
You would think anyway.
Oh yeah, but there was a lot of good information that the guy about the trucking, going back to the trucking school, had that I didn't even know. I mean, I knew about the trucking school, but I've been driving for almost 27 years now, so I'm still a rookie. The way I look at it, I'm learning every day. But Steve, have a good night.
Billy, appreciate you checking in. Safe travels as always. All right. There's been several suggesting the 25th Amendment. They've been suggesting it, but now this past day, apparently, Representative Ken Buck of Colorado actually introduced a resolution that would call on Biden's cabinet to invoke the 25th Amendment. That's the first step in the process of removing the president from office. See, when I said they've been talking about it, several weeks ago, I think Claudia Tenney of New York actually sent a letter to Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, urging him to explore invoking the 25th. Rick Scott, Mike Lee, Josh Hawley all took to social media urging the use of the 25th. Representative Mary Miller, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Mike Collins, all of them have suggested it, but none of them had put forth an actual resolution. So that's a bit of a change. Ken Buck's resolution presses Vice President Harris to convene Joe Biden's cabinet and declare what is obvious to a horrified nation, that the president is unable to successfully discharge the duties and powers of the office. And this kind of a surprise because Ken Buck has been pretty steadfast against the impeachment inquiry, twice voted against impeaching Alejandro Mayorkas over the failure to secure the southern border. The Washington Examiner quoted a statement from Buck on that matter. And I'll have to get back with more on what he had to say coming up here because we've got to get a news break. So phone lines available at 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Former President Trump is seeking to overturn his $454 million civil fraud verdict in New York. His legal team submitted a notice of appeal Monday pointing to alleged judicial errors. The appeal disputes the ruling that Trump misrepresented his wealth to advance his real estate interests. A significant U.S. Supreme Court hearing Monday centers on the influence of social media companies on online content. The court is scrutinizing laws supported by Republicans in Texas and Florida, which were enacted amid allegations that platforms like TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube exhibit bias against conservative viewpoints. On Sunday, a United States Air Force service member died after setting himself on fire outside the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. Video footage captured Aaron Bushnell declaring his refusal to be complicit in genocide, describing his actions as an extreme form of protest. John Schaefer, USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, don't forget, week number 3 of our Facebook contest is underway. I remind you, go to Facebook, search The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. That'll take you to the official page. Follow the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, then go to comments and simply type in Hot Shot Secret. It's that simple. And, what do you win? Winners receive the Big Rig Duo, 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator and 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. That's a $200 value. Winners will be announced on our Friday morning program. We've got this week and next. Contest ends March the 8th. Quick like before we get back to your calls, Ken Buck, and introducing the resolution to invoke the 25th Amendment yesterday. He says, quote, numerous instances were articulated and have played out in full public view, showing Biden's apparent cognitive decline and lack of mental stamina. The societal challenges and security threats our country faces are innumerable and require a chief executive with both strong mental and physical faculties. The time has come for the vice president and the cabinet to put our country first and move forward on invoking the 25th Amendment. Now, aside from the string of verbal gaffes and physical stumbles, he cited Special Counsel Ben Hur's report, who's been probing the handling of classified documents. Of course, he opted against bringing charges against Biden but he set off a firestorm by describing the president's age and fitness in critical terms. Said he wouldn't bring charges against Biden because he'd portray himself in court as a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. Now, we know twice over the last month, Biden has cited recent conversations with former world leaders who are long dead. Yeah, he spoke to France's Francois Mitterrand and Germany's Helmut Kohl, and he confused the president of Egypt with the president of Mexico. Matter of fact, it was during a primetime press conference when he asserted my memory is fine and confused the Egyptian president with the Mexican president. No sitting president has ever been removed via the 25th. First, it would take a majority of cabinet members to support it and the agreement of Kamala Harris. Then it would take 2/3 vote of both chambers of Congress, to remove Biden and name Kamala president. So I don't expect it's going to go anywhere. As I mentioned, there's been a host of Republicans suggesting it's time for the 25th, but, well, that's where it stands today. What's happening with Vic this morning? Hi there.
Hey, Steve. That was an interesting thing there on the truck driving school, and Philip kind of brought up something there that he said he had to go to truck driving school when they switched over to CDLs, and I was kind of curious if that rule was still in place, because I was like him. I knew how to drive a truck, but I hadn't driven for a while. I think it was like 14 years, and they said, well, you still have to go to school, and it's something to do with trucking companies. They have to certify that you have so many hours of training or something there. But anyway, that wasn't really what I called in about, but it was about this whole political situation going on right now. And you were mentioning Joe Biden being removed by the 25th Amendment. I think they are going to have to ease him out slowly, because he does probably remember a few things here and there that that the Democrats don't want to come to light. And talking about Michelle Obama, bringing her back, I can just imagine a debate between Trump and her, and Trump saying, well, did you spy on our campaign in 2016? So I can't really see that going very far. But the deal with Nikki Haley, and she's kind of hanging on there and making bold statements. But last night, Monkey Gouger was talking about a couple of things, and some was on the social end of it. And you remember the family values thing that Dan Quayle brought up? So I can't really see her going very far on that end of it, because that could come back to haunt her. And the other thing is, I didn't realize that she didn't pass the emergency thing for those farmers down there in South Carolina, because I didn't know any of the people there, but I seen different examples to where when that storm came through, that people had cotton bales out in their fields, and they basically just ruined it. And I remember one young guy that he had struggled for 4 or 5 years, and that was going to be the first year he was going to have a profitable year and able to, get some debts paid off, and from there on, and he lost his whole crop there due to that storm. It had already been bailed up, and others, it had went down. And there are some people that that's kind of up their bailiwick, that they look around for these distressed sales. So I don't know who bought up that real estate down there in South Carolina, Georgia, or whatever, if they had to have distressed sales. And I would imagine those people would probably like to remain unknown. So I don't know. Like I said, I think Nikki Haley is really just out there flapping in the wind, and people are trying to figure out, how can we get her to just exit the stage without involving us? And that's just kind of the way I look at that. So you've got two situations there, whether it's the Democrats or the Republicans, and they're both trying to figure out how can we conveniently remove these people as candidates and not really make things worse for us. And the other thing too was I think Plowboy brought up last night about this deal with Mayorkas, and then 5-7 alluded to it a while. And have you ever you've heard the term karma, haven't you?
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's
sure.
kind of like, yeah, and they were saying karma is a female dog. But anyway, this deal with Mayorkas and all that, I've seen an interview today with CB, the former chief of Border Patrol, and he was talking about Mayorkas was an intelligent guy and a lawyer and everything else. And then he listed all the different laws that Mayorkas is violating, and he knows he is violating them. But when they bring it up for impeachment in the Senate, it's going to be interesting to see if the Republicans are going to, they're all going to hold the line and vote against him. And if any of the Democrats might want to cross over, and that will all be in the light of these, of this latest girl that got killed, but murdered. But they were commenting about all the different people that have been murdered, and the fact that they're allowing people to come into this country from these other countries that are known criminals and let out of jail. And that's strictly against the immigration rules. And those companies now, I keep wanting to say companies instead of countries, but anyway, these countries, they won't take the people we want to deport. It's like, no, we send them to you first, and we're not going to take them back. So a lot of these people that are in here now, whether they're just criminals or, whatever, or whether they're foreign agents, actually on a mission, who knows? But that was the other thing too I wanted to mention real quick. This AT&T thing, they came out and said somebody coded something wrong. Well, did they do it deliberately, or was it just out of mistake?
Right.
Or, the AT&T people, I had one call about a week ago on me, and he had this little thing. He said, we can really cut your internet. You put that behind your TV, and you can pick this stuff up and everything else. It's like, I don't know about this. So I don't know if they just overloaded the system or what. But the point of it is, our cybersecurity is vulnerable. Will that happen during the election, or exactly, what will be going on?
Yes.
And this whole deal with Gaza over there, real quick, they keep running around talking about this two-state solution. Well, they found a big natural gas oil field offshore just off Gaza. So if it's a two-state solution, then that oil field would go to Gaza and Hamas. So that really, I don't know where people are talking. Maybe they don't even talk about it. I don't know, or don't know about it. But I'm amazed at the number of people in the know that if they want to go back to the history, whenever Israel was established in 1948, Israel brought people in from all over the country, from all over the world, I should say, to populate that little area of Israel that they had carved out from what had been Palestinian property, and they were amazed how many Jewish people from around the world came there. And they didn't anymore get established until all the Arab nations attacked them, and Israel won. And I seen an interview today that the guy broke that down pretty good, and he point out that Israel had been attacked and attacked and attacked, and they had been won, and they gave some land back, and they're still, trying to claim that the Palestinians are being basically put upon, but a lot of the Arab nations won't take some of the Palestinians anyway. And so when I see these college students and campuses and everything else, I don't know. I guess they don't teach history anymore, but that's so rudimentary. It's ridiculous. And now supposedly the Palestinians are mad at Biden because because he's not supporting the Palestinians, and he's trying to straddle both worlds, and that usually doesn't work out. But then again, and that was the other point I want to make was Barack Obama actively interfered in Israeli elections. So I would imagine Michelle and Barack probably want to stay in the background. So I don't know. I really don't know where they came up with that, and everybody can buku bucks. So it will be a big surprise to me if Michelle Obama even thinks about it, and what the Democrats will work out. They've got a good thing going, and if they can keep Biden in there, and whether it's Valerie Jarrett or Barack Obama or whoever
the hell's running the show, right? We have no idea, but whoever's running the show, they probably want them to keep running the show.
Correct. And so that's just kind of the way I look at things, and I'll kind of let it go at that then.
All right, Vic, have a good morning. Appreciate you chiming in here. Yeah, it ain't Joe. I don't know. Guess your best. Who's driving the show? Let's see. Shorty checks in here. Said, went to truck driving school in 1988. Yeah, with the truck driving school not far from you, Steve. Tri-State Truck Driving School out of Middletown, Ohio. In Tennessee, we had a special chauffeur license, and I got grandfathered in on the CDL. Took 2-week class in Nashville, then 2 weeks driving there in Middletown, Ohio. I remember that school. I don't know if it's still around these days or not. Maybe long gone, right? We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Now, honestly, I don't know the answer to the question. The question being, who was first to announce they were going to the southern border? Because as it turns out, Joe Biden and Donald Trump will both be on the southern border on the same day this week. Yes, Joe's finally taking a notion to see what's happening at the southern border. Now, NBC News says Joe Biden will make a rare visit. You think rare? Has he been there, for the love of God? Coming up this Thursday, the same day former President Donald Trump is expected to visit the southern border. Biden will travel to Brownsville to meet with Border Patrol agents, law enforcement officials, and local leaders, according to the White House statement. Now, he's going to be pushing the need to pass the Senate bill, that allows 5,000 illegals to continue pouring into the country every day. But, of course, they describe it as the toughest, fairest set of reforms to secure the border in decades. He will reiterate his calls for congressional Republicans to stop playing politics and give them the funding needed for additional Border Patrol agents, more asylum officers, fentanyl detection technology. All right, a couple of sources familiar with Trump's planning said Trump is actually going to be at Eagle Pass. He's going to deliver remarks at Eagle Pass, about 330 miles from Biden's stop. Trump's campaign press secretary said in a statement that the White House is now sending Biden to the border because he's losing terribly in the 24 race. Now, this last-minute, insincere attempt to chase President Trump to the border isn't going to cut it. Commenting on his plans after a campaign meeting in New York yesterday, Biden told reporters, I've been planning on going on Thursday. What I didn't know is my good friend is apparently going, referring to Trump. My good friend. Okay. Biden declined to comment when asked whether he would be meeting with migrants during the trip. Okay. Yeah, immigration, big issue. We know that. Hello, Pappy.
Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go. Oh, my Aunt Steve. What's happening?
What's the way you say, Pappy?
Hey, remember the other morning we were talking about Mr. Smirnoff, the spy?
Yes.
And I said, hey, man, I think he's got Ukrainian ties. And you were like, nah, I think you're confusing him with that other dude. Well, Steve, man, Bongino kind of laid it out here. I don't know if you listened to his show. It was kind of right, man. He's Ukrainian Russian, but he's also got dual citizenship with us in Israel. A little weird. Remember you said, hey, listen, man, when we were talking about informants, this guy's been an informant for 10 years. Now all of a sudden, he's lying. Mm-hmm. They arrested him for lying to the FBI. I thought they were supposed to be legit. Stevie is legit. FBI don't want it out what he's got. They're trying to get ahead of the story saying this guy's lying when in fact he ain't lying. They had to shut him up. Apparently he's got tapes with Hunter Biden talking to Burisma, this whole prosecutor getting fired.
Mm-hmm.
And supposedly he's got the goods that the big guy got $5 million for getting that prosecutor fired.
But what we're being told is he's lying.
So, yeah, FBI's got to say, no, you're lying there. We'll prove it to you. We're going to go arrest him.
Okay.
I wonder if he's going to end up dead in suicide watching jail while he's in there waiting trial.
Right. Wow.
Keep an eye on that. Yeah, supposedly, have you seen some of them tapes out there where you got Biden talking to people, Then you had the one release where Hunter's on the phone. I'm sitting here next to my dad.
Yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Some of them tapes came from him. And he's got more. We don't want it out there. So, I don't know, man. We'll see. Kind of been quiet about this whole cell phone thing going down, Steve, because I really haven't heard any details from some people I know personally, right, about what happened. So, but then again, man, it just seems funny that you got the FBI, that National Security Advisor, what the heck's his name? Sullivan, Jake Sullivan. Warning, media warning, it's about cyber attacks. Same exact day the pharmaceutical companies have trouble.
Mm-hmm. And I guess they
heard this.
I don't know.
I don't know if it's true.
I guess the pharmacy thing got resolved. I haven't heard anything further on that.
Yeah, I don't. Hush, hush.
But we know. I mean, they confirmed that was definitely a cyber attack on them.
Yeah. Dan, I can't confirm this. This is just a rumor going around, but they said there was a lot of bigwigs the day that thing happened. They rushed to their bunkers.
Oh, really? Okay. Hold that thought. We got to pause. I know we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. Back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. A major storm is bringing snow to the Mountain West and threats of fire to the plains and potential thunderstorms to the Midwest. It's the first of two systems that are expected to hit the country over the next week. Red flag warnings are in effect from Texas all the way up to Chicago, impacting nearly 20 million people. The Federal Trade Commission is suing to block a merger deal between Kroger and Albertsons. The FTC alleging the deal, which would be the largest supermarket merger in the United States history, would create higher prices for consumers. The deal was announced in 2022 and looks to combine the 5th and 10th largest retailers in the country. The Defense Department says this past Friday, the United States and its allies launched multiple airstrikes against Houthi forces inside Yemen.
Coalition forces targeted 8 locations and struck 18 targets, which included Houthi underground weapons storage facilities, missile storage facilities, one-way attack unmanned aerial systems, air defense systems radars, and a helicopter to further disrupt and degrade the capabilities of the Iranian-backed Houthi militia.
Pentagon spokesman Major General Pat Ryder speaking there on Monday to reporters at a briefing. He says the United States will not hesitate to step in and take necessary action to stop Houthi forces in the region. Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley is addressing rumors that she'll run a third-party campaign after losing to former President Donald Trump in the South Carolina Republican primary on Saturday.
I'm a Republican. I have not talked to any other organization. I have not put a second of thought into an independent run because I'm a Republican. That's what I've always been. I've been a conservative Republican my whole life. I'm not going to switch over and have a Democrat vice president. That's not something I would do.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Georgia Republican Governor Brian Kemp is speaking out after an illegal immigrant is charged in his state with the murder of a 22-year-old University of Georgia college student. The governor telling Fox News her death could have been prevented if the Biden administration had secured the U.S. southern border.
This president and this, so-called czar of the border, vice president, did not do that. And they were hoping the American people were going to ignore this issue. And now we have a dead young woman because of it.
22-year-old Laken Hope Riley was killed last week. Social media companies are arguing to the Supreme Court about their right to moderate user content at their own discretion, including political speech. But state laws put in place by Texas and Florida can take the power out of tech executives' hands in deciding what users can see online. Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito and one of the attorneys for Big Tech on Monday.
There's a lot of new terminology bouncing around in these cases, and just out of curiosity, and one of them is content moderation. Could you define that for me?
So, look, content moderation to me is just editorial discretion. It's a way to take all of the content that is potentially posted on the site, exercise editorial discretion in order to make it less offensive to users and advertisers.
Is it anything more than a euphemism for censorship?
For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operation operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, looks like we got everybody on the same page as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Tuesday. So here we go, another hour. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Yeah, we're talking to Pappy about the whole AT&T outage last week. Many Americans left wondering, was it the solar flare? Was it a cyber attack? Considering that just the prior day there was an actual cyber attack on the cellular systems in Israel. I wasn't aware of that. This is a small taste of what life would be like after such an attack. But a bigger attack could have devastating effects. The author of 1 Second After has been warning about this for years, stating if you saw the number of attacks, incoming attacks on our infrastructure, on our military, it's unrelenting. This is just a small taste of the future. We need to be prepared for a cyber attack, he said. This could include our water systems, our electrical grid. Glenn Beck interviewed him and asked how widespread this could be. And his response was, well, it could be targeted to a specific or in a general offensive, like I would call a first strike scenario. Now, for example, take where you are. Suppose water all across the board was shut down for 48 hours because that's all electronically controlled. That would be very bad within 24 to 48 hours. I mean, if you lose electricity, that's the fundamental building block. Then everything goes. Water, food, medical, all of it. All right, welcome back, Pappy. Hey, by the way, they're gonna give folks that had AT&T, you're gonna get a $5 credit on your bill. Sorry for your troubles.
Yeah, why even bother, right?
$5.
Yeah, I don't know, Steve, but mainstream media, FBI, security advisor, they've been really running their jibs here lately about beware of cyber attacks from Russia.
Yeah.
Right? A lot of chatter in the mainstream communist media, too, that Russia is going to interfere with the 2024 election.
Of course, because Russia wants Donald Trump to be president, right? How asinine does that sound? I mean, why do they take that route? They've already done that once.
Well, it's Russia 2.0, man. Hey, there's some more tapes out there with the big guy. This was 2 weeks after Trump was elected. On the phone with Ukraine, saying, "Hey, man, we got to do something about this." Talking to some bankers over there, trying to get some banks to close shop. Man, Steve, you remember before COVID, up on the 6th floor there, sharing smoke, when this whole Russia gate thing went down. And I was telling you, man, it's to cover up the Clinton scandals.
Remember me telling you that?
Absolutely.
Well, Steve, I think it's looking like we didn't know it at the time, but this was all to cover up the whole Ukraine piggy bank deal, man. Bongino was just talking about that too. I kind of thought it was maybe the Clinton deal, the whole Skokovo project thing, the uranium deal that they sold our uranium the place where you dig the uranium out of the ground. What do you call them things?
Right.
Man. Sometimes kicking in here, man. But we didn't know about the Ukrainian scandal at the time, see? But they knew Trump was catching on. And the second he made that phone call to the prior Ukrainian president, Poroshenko, whatever his name was.
Yeah.
Steve, when he made that phone call, we got to impeach him. We got to get him out of here. He's gonna uncover all this illegal money laundering that's been going on, and it's still going on today. Because why do you think Monica Lewinsky's holding this over Biden's head, trying to get this other 60 million or billion, whatever the hell it is that we can't afford?
60 billion more.
Jeez, old Pete. Steve, here's the thing. He knows it too over there. He's got the goods on Biden. And he's saying, listen, man. Listen, Joe. Better get me that money. Better get me that money, man. I don't know. All I can say is, like we've been saying before for many years, is be prepared, man, because we'll get crazy. Steve, I started prepping 15 years ago, man. Back when that hurricane came up through New Orleans and knocked the power out here. Remember that? What was that, 2000?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. What was it? I think it was Ike was the one that hit us. But, I mean, you had Katrina. Ike came through a weekend and then intensified again. We had 80-mile-an-hour winds. I mean, our entire city was out of power.
Yeah. We were went to work that day. I'm driving in, the wind's kicking, and that's about when it hit. It was on second. We were on 8-hour shifts back then. I was working second shift. And right as I left to go to work is when them winds hit. And it was just chaos. I think I was only out of power for about a week. Some people were out of power for at least 2 weeks. And that's when I was like, enough of this, man.
Yeah, our broadcast facility we were broadcasting via generator at the tower, generator at the studios for, I don't know how many days it was. Everything was on generator.
Yeah, so it was the comm center.
Yep.
Our district and the comm center was all running on generators. And listen, man, it's only a matter of time before that diesel fuel runs out of them generators. That's when we talk about, man, if this grid goes down. Steve, you've been talking about it on your show for years, man. Whether it's a massive frontal mass ejection, which is a major solar flare, or an EMP attack. Somebody I knew in the military, Steve, years ago told me, about 3 or 4 years ago, he said, man, we own the space. The United States has the number. And China, Russia, everybody knows it. So that's why they're doing these cyber attacks. I don't know all the details to it. Obviously, Reagan kind of started it back in the day, trying to get Gorbachev to tear down that wall. What the heck did he call that? Space program of Reagan?
Star Wars.
Star Wars, yeah. Jeez. Started back then and kept going. So we apparently own the space, man. So if they're going to do it, it's probably going to be a cyber attack. All right, my man. Took enough of your time, bro.
Well, enjoy the final day of the warmth. Who would think 60 degrees, 3 o'clock in the morning, February 27th? How about that?
Yes, sir. Man, it was nice. I sat out at Steve. I had a little fire going tonight, believe it or not. Had some cardboards. We had a crib delivered and a pack-and-play thing for the new grandbaby on its way. I had these big cardboard boxes I had.
Yeah.
You know what? It's nice and warm out. I'm just going to burn them. I had a little fire going. First fire of the year. So, all right, brother. Appreciate it. Hammer down. Probably talk at you tomorrow.
Have a good morning. Yes, indeed. Yeah, the widespread swath. Record highs. What do we see here? We're into Tuesday. Additional towns that could see record-challenging highs today. Kansas City, Missouri, Wichita, Kansas, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Fargo, North Dakota, St. Cloud, Minnesota, and Dubuque, Iowa. Dubuque, as Ricky Roadway used to call it, right? Yeah, earlier this past week, temperatures were on a steady upward track across much of the plains. Similar pattern gripped that region. This pushing temperatures even higher than the previous round of spring-like warmth. But that big, dramatic turnaround will occur for places like Bismarck and Grand Forks, North Dakota. Probably today, as that potent cold front tracks out of the Front Range and heads off to the east. Both locations forecast to drop from you saw 50s and 60s for highs yesterday. You're going to be in the teens today. We get 40, 45-degree drop in temperatures. Yeah, by Wednesday, that dramatic cool down encompasses the central states. So this is going to be a short-lived warm-up here. The clash of the May-like warmth with the push of Arctic air, of course, later today, Tuesday through Wednesday, forecasting, of course, strong thunderstorms, lots of wind, and then even a rapid freeze-up on the backside. It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, we had our little lunar lander mission, which, of course, the early report last Friday was we had safely landed on the moon. The lander was upright, transmitting. And then over the weekend, we find out, well, he kind of tipped over. It's on his side. I guess now this mission is going to end today. The private lunar lander will cease operations today. Mission cut short after landing sideways. Intuitive Machines that built and flew the spacecraft said Monday that they will continue to collect data until sunlight no longer shines on the solar panels. Based on the position of Earth and the moon, officials expect that to happen this morning. 2 or 3 days short of what NASA and some of the other customers had been counting on. Based on photos from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter flying overhead, Odysseus landed within a mile or so of the intended target near the Malapert A crater, about 185 miles or so from the moon's south pole. Lander ended up in a small, degraded crater with a 12-degree slope. That's the closest a spacecraft has ever come to the South Pole, which is a very keen area of interest because of suspected frozen water in the permanently shadowed craters there. Of course, we still plan to send astronauts to that region here in the next few years. NASA paid Intuitive Machines $118 million to deliver 6 experiments to the surface. Other customers also had items on board. But rather than landing upright, ended up on its side, hampering communication with Earth. Japan's lander ended up on the wrong side as well just last month. I think word came down yesterday, just as we're announcing the end of this mission, that Japan, the solar panels, have been able to get enough sunlight where they have actually refired up Japan's moon lander. Don't know if it's going to be able to do anything, but all right, we'll see what's going on with Brain Dead here on, well, it's your Friday. How about that?
Yeah, but I'll probably have to go to the funeral, Steve. The gentleman I'm talking about, there's about 6 of us left. And I heard Gouger talking about that picture. And we're so close. It's like we go down to the B-dubs, watch the baseball games or football games or whatever's on TV and pound down the chicken wings. And we all meet up every so often and catch up on what's going on. And it is a big loss for me because he is a Cardinals fan and absolutely detests the Reds. So I lost a friend. So,
wow.
But anyway, I heard an interview with the guy that was talking about the trucking school, and I'm going to disagree with about half of what he said. Now, we do have a shortage in this country of drivers, Steve. A lot of us old timers, and you can insert name like myself, who have treated this as a lifestyle, are either dying or retiring out. The younger generation that's coming in is coming in because it's just a job. I took a truck to our shop one day last week. The mechanics looked at me like, holy crap, this guy knows what he's talking about, because I eat, sleep, and breathe trucking. You know, I'm on not just your show, but also wherever, and I'm reading up on what is going on with our industry. These guys here have no clue about the DOT regulations. They have no clue about anything. And I'm being serious. They're steering wheel holders, and that's what we're getting in here. I mean, if you go on TikTok or Reels or anywhere, Steve, a lot of these guys are getting into this because the money. You have what was that dude that wanted to boycott Chicago Rail or Red? I don't know whatever
Chicago
his
Ray
name was.
Yes.
Yeah, he is probably one of the ones that sit there and go, "Hey, look here, I made this much money this week. I pulled a load from here to here, and I got paid this amount and that amount." And last time I checked, Steve, we're in a downturn in the economy. So if you see one of these videos, are you going to do research, or are you just going to jump in behind the wheel and just get your CDL and start rolling? Because a lot of these people just get the CDL, start rolling, and don't investigate what the truth behind the industry really is. They don't see that you may have to go out OTR. You're not going to make $100,000 your first year. You know, and these schools are just running these people through like money through a cash register, Steve. Honestly, too, he said something about the community colleges, and I'm going to disagree with him 1,000%. Yes, they have 900 different classes. But here's the thing, though. You get better training at a community college because you're going to be there for at least 2 months, maybe 3 months. You're going to learn a lot more going through a community college than you will a 6-day training course put on by a company. I know people that have gone to Eastern Arkansas Community College. And Steve, you know what their cost was out of pocket to go to this school? Are you there?
I'm waiting for the answer. I had no idea. No, what's out of pocket?
Sorry, I thought I might have dropped you there. No, they paid nothing. Why? Because they have these scholarships that the lottery has provided for college. Whereas if you go to Joe Blow Trade School here, you're going to pay $5,000 to $10,000, and $5,000 is maybe just even the bottom of the barrel now. Now, a lot of the companies do have training programs. Now, I know at Yellow we had a doctor-driver program, and they had a criteria on what you had to do. I would honestly rather go through a companies like that training school because you get to know because you get to know the company's regulations, but it's also to how well the company is. Yellow was a lot different than any of the other mega fleets, but also to the location here, and the trainers were a lot better than, say, I don't know, insert name of mega carrier.
Okay. Well, hold that thought because we got to pause there. News break time, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Former President Trump is seeking to overturn his $454 million civil fraud verdict in New York. His legal team submitted a notice of appeal Monday, pointing to alleged judicial errors. The appeal disputes the ruling that Trump misrepresented his wealth to advance his real estate interests. A significant U.S. Supreme Court hearing Monday centers on the influence of social media companies on online content. The court is scrutinizing laws supported by Republicans in Texas and Florida, which were enacted amid allegations that platforms like TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube exhibit bias against conservative viewpoints. On Sunday, a United States Air Force service member died after setting himself on fire outside the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. Video footage captured Aaron Bushnell declaring his refusal to be complicit in genocide, describing his actions as an extreme form of protest. John Schaefer, USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what else in the mix here? It's 844-844-3388. Hello, Rick in Columbus. Checking in, coffee up. Happy hump day. Hey, you're a day early there, Mike. It's Tuesday. But yeah, I said 53 degrees there in Columbus. I'm looking at 59 outside the secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. Enjoy it. The end is nigh, right? It won't be long. The winds will start blowing. Storms come blowing through later today, and then a big cool off, big time. Meanwhile, we left off and you talked about driver training schools, and welcome back, Brain Dead.
Thank you for holding me over, Steve. You need to get that horn blowing like you used to have over at the other radio station. But no, back to training though. Why Yellow's training was so good? The trainers were paid by the hour. The trainees were paid by the hour. Very similar. The trainers here, and I can't answer for any of the other terminals, but I know the trainers here actually gave, well, I can't say those words, what they put on the road. They wanted to make sure they put out quality and not quantity. Now, any of these mega fleet carriers, they don't care. They don't care what they churn out. You look at all these accidents that are going on, and not a dang soul probably knows how to drive. I saw a Swift driver here for an hour one night trying to straighten back into a dock at the warehouse, Steve. That's ridiculous. I mean, it's honestly sad. And you're laughing. I'm being serious.
Oh, I know, but it happens out there every day. No doubt.
Yeah. But this is the problem, and this is where it needs to change. I have said this for 20 years, Steve. Here's the problem. You're paying this guy here $400 or $500 a week to learn this. You're paying this guy by the mile for every mile that truck runs. So if you run them like a team, you pay him like a team. Why does this guy get a flat $500 a week, but this guy here gets paid for 5,000 miles? There's no incentive to learn or to teach. That's the problem with a lot of these. It's not the school. The school is only there to get your license, to show you the basic fundamentals. That's it. It's up to the trainer and the company. So why aren't the trainers in these companies stepping up and doing something that a lot of these other companies, such as what Yellow was doing, is actually doing right? But now one of the things that I take a highly offense to is he said that food service is pretty much the only thing that's local, or local jobs are like food service. No, there are a lot of jobs here that are local, that pay well north of 20 an hour, including myself. There's very few that pay less than that. But I know what I'm worth to a company, and I know where I want to go. So I mean, they're out there. Now and there's another thing too. A lot of people don't understand, especially with companies like us. It's all about seniority. So if you're just coming in and you're at the bottom of the board, why do you get all the primo runs, the primo work? Work your way up to it. But I heard Gilligan checked in tonight, Steve. Is that right?
He was on hold. He had to go. He may check back in.
Oh, I guess you didn't. I guess you don't know his little secret where he was at last week, did you?
I thought he was down in his back.
No. See, he's too scared to come out the closet and admit this, Steve. You see, he's an uber Taylor Swift fan.
Uh-oh.
I mean, Steve, he is so in love with this woman. He dresses like her.
Uh-oh.
I mean, thongs and heels, and he's trying to sing like her. But my God, Steve, it sounds worse than fingernails going down a blackboard. I mean, my God, it's horrible.
Well, I know he was looking to introduce his mankini, I guess you'd call it, kind of a bikini thing. Sent me a photograph, and that's the kind of thing that cannot be unseen, if you know what I mean.
See, that's what I'm talking about. See, he doesn't see the picture of him dressed up as Taylor Swift. I mean, that's how uber fan he is, Steve. I mean, honestly, I bet you he was able to sneak in the back door and play switcheroo with Taylor Swift at the Super Bowl game. How much you want to bet, Steve? He's got that kind of bankroll, for that company he works for.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, I got to get in the warehouse, Steve. Have a good morning.
All right. The other question, the company he works for, a.k.a. Kroger. The Kroger-Albertsons merger deal. It's kind of on the ropes now. The Federal Trade Commission's trying to say no. Now, the Federal Trade Commission, they're trying to tell us if they allowed these two big players to come in that there wouldn't be enough competition and we're all going to pay more for our groceries. Now, at the end of the day, Kroger's and Albertson says if we don't allow this merger to occur, people are going to pay more for their groceries. I'll give you the full report from FreightWaves. The Federal Trade Commission suing to block the merger. It's a $24.6 billion deal that the Federal Trade Commission said would eliminate competition, meaning higher prices for millions of Americans. They filed an administrative complaint against the companies yesterday, which will be considered by an administrative law judge at the agency. They also filed a lawsuit with the U.S. District Court of Oregon requesting a temporary injunction blocking the merger. That lawsuit was joined by the attorneys general of 8 states and the District of Columbia. Now, Kroger and Albertsons, two of the nation's largest grocers, agreed to merge back in October of 22. They say a merger would help them better compete with the likes of Walmart, Amazon, Costco, some of the other big rivals. Together, Kroger and Albertsons would control about 13% of the U.S. grocery market. Now, that's not bad because Walmart alone right now controls 22%, according to J.P. Morgan. Both companies immediately after the FTC announcement said that they will challenge this in court, obviously. Kroger, based out of Cincinnati, operating 2,750 stores in 35 states and D.C. Now, they've got Kroger, the parent name, but they have Ralph's, Smith's and Harris Teeter. Albertsons, based in Boise, Idaho, 2,273 stores, 34 states. Brands like Safeway, Jewel, Osco, and Shaw's. Together, these two employ about 700,000 people. But the merger announced at a time of high food price inflation. We knew it was going to get tough regulatory scrutiny. According to the FTC, Kroger's acquisition of Albertsons would lead to additional grocery price hikes for everyday goods, putting further strain on consumers across the country. All right, the White House did not comment Monday, saying we don't weigh in on pending litigation, but the deputy director of Biden's National Economic Council said that Biden supports fair, vigorous antitrust enforcement. When large corporations are not checked by healthy competition, they too often do not pass cost savings on to consumers and exploit their workers. That's where Kroger's and Albertsons said, well, quite the contrary. Customers will likely see higher food prices and store closures if the merger isn't allowed to proceed. Albertson Company's merger with Kroger will ensure our neighborhood supermarkets can better compete with these mega retailers, all while benefiting our customers, associates, and communities. We're disappointed that the FTC continues to use the same outdated view of the U.S. grocery industry that it used 20 years ago. Now, they say this decision only will strengthen the larger, non-unionized retailers like Walmart, Costco, Amazon, allowing them to further increase their overwhelming and growing dominance in the grocery industry. Okay, so one way or another, I guess we're going to pay higher prices, and it's 844-3388. Scarecrow, what do you say?
Excuse me a minute here. Steve, I'm trying to recover from that gagging reflex you sometimes get. The thoughts of Gilligan standing in front of me with this mankini or whatever that you were talking about, it just overwhelmed me here. Right? Oh, yeah. Well, it's one of those things you just have to live with, but kind of scares me that he's going to be probably calling in now to comment on this, and be damned, he's got my personal number too. That means he's probably going to be sending me a selfie. So, we may have a lot to report on tomorrow night there, bud. Oh, truck driver training. Okay, got my chauffeur license at 74. My driver training amounted to diesel tractor driving on a dairy farm leading up to that point, Steve. I don't remember. I don't think there was any test of any kind one took. I knew there was an application for the chauffeur license. I don't remember if it was a written test or anything like that, but yeah, obviously, certainly things changed through the years and all, but no, that hands-on on the dairy farm way. Granted, the farm wagon, you got a little extra leverage back there, extra movement to the wagon type of arrangement, but it all works out in the end. In fact, I would often, just for the challenge, practice backing with a baler or a chopper, I'd into the middle there to get even another pivot point. But let's see where we're going here. Steve, any idea whatever happened to the lost practice of passing out cigars, announcing the birth of a child, daughter, son, granddaughter, or grandson?
We did the bubble gum cigars. I remember that, bubble gum cigars.
Oh no, we gotta live with the real thing there. If that pending grandfather type, I'm sure he's still listening. He remembers what the passing of the cigars is, and I'm sure giving the pride that'll come along with the grandfatherhood. Hey bud, I'll be forwarding my mailing address to you, so you can be sure to get one coming my way when the time arrives there. Oh, where else are we going with this call? I forget as much as I do remember here, Steve. Yeah, reflecting on Gouger's call there and the losing of the loss of truck mates, whatnot, over the years. I'd seen this number in the past, Steve. I had to refresh my memory, so it was that when I stopped to fuel up, I checked 3 different websites, and they all come up the same, Steve. It said the average life expectancy of a professional truck driver is 61 years of age. Oh, I'm sure that's over the road type applications.
Yeah.
That being the case, I've certainly beat the odds at 68, but it helps when you can be home on a regular basis and such too, and given the atmosphere today with the pressures of beating the clock, the e-logs and all that, I'm sure that isn't going to contribute to longevity in a person's lifespan and such either. But yeah, that just caught me totally off guard. 61 years of age, but Gouger, if you're on the air, you've certainly beat the odds there too, then, bud. So, Steve, I'm curious. I don't like to repeat, things that have been talked about, and I only catch about Pappy about once a week or whatever. Now he reports on, a lot of the radio programs on Gina Bongino there and such. Now, it was about a week back, he ran, I don't know if it was the actual tapes of Biden and such, or if there were facsimiles or such. Now, my thoughts are if he had access to copies of that, what's to keep, just because that FBI agent is in jail or going to expire, there's certainly those tapes have to be existing somewhere. And maybe Pappy, maybe I'm missing something here, but what's the stop? Hold up the progress of filing charges and pursuing this, even if that that FBI agent would expire. I guess that's the only way I can put it. I'm really curious about that. And likewise too, it was an interesting. I think it was an old program. In fact, I think it was from the 17th, and maybe Pappy talked about that bomb, so to speak, that they caught on, that they found on January 6th. So it's a very interesting angle that Bongino had on that too, and his ability to decipher what has taken place and the explanation that the FBI gave on it,
Mm-hmm.
Secret Service and all. But so either way, I've forgotten more. I think we're just going to let it die here now, rather than making a greater fool of myself, Steve. So we'll call it good enough for now. But either way, Pappy probably has your mailing address too there too. So you'll probably be getting one of them cigars there in the near future too. So we'll leave her alone, and thanks, sir.
Have a great morning. You got it. As far as that FBI informant, which has supposedly been a reliable informant for many years, 10 years. Now, if you're in the biz of getting inside information for the likes of the FBI or the CIA, undoubtedly you'd have to know you are in kind of a compromising position. You'd almost think inevitably you'd have some sort of a backup plan. Someone you can fully trust. If something happens to me, the rest of the story, you'll find it here, or it's in a lockbox or something of that nature. You wouldn't have tapes, I wouldn't think, of that nature that you're the only one in possession of and nobody else is going to be able to divulge. I don't know. Just thinking out of the box, but we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, well, looky there. What's up, Manu? What's up, Monkey Gouger?
We back again. Hey, you talking about smoking them cigars a while ago, last week when I was at the house, a buddy of mine goes up yonder across the border, and he bought some of them Cuban cigars back, you know. And we was sitting out back there indulging in some of that good ice cold Coors beer. And he said, I got something to pick up I want you to try. So he went out there, got 2 of them cigars, and come back, you know, and they talking about, them Cuban cigars are deluxe. So that thing was like smoking a house shingle or something. He must have got the cut rate cigars. He didn't get the premium.
Okay.
That thing was nasty. So, you know, I do indulge in smoking a good Magneto or Monte Cristo every now and then, but yeah, I wasn't too impressed with the Cuban cigar. Steve, listen to that interview a while ago. Did he ever say I was having it was in and out? Did he say anything about how much he charged a student to go to truck driving school?
We did not delve into what out of pocket. We never got into what it's going to cost you. No, I didn't ask him that.
I know in '78 when the state of South Carolina forced me to go to truck driving school because they thought I'd flunk out and I graduated number 1. I went to the local vocational college there in Sumter's truck driving school, and it was a 12-week course, 4 nights a week, and then a half a day on Saturday. And I mean, you were driving once you got out the classroom, you know, for a week. Every night they had you driving, and they had a setup with Shaw Airport Base where we could use a perimeter air base road to run laps out there. And you know, we go out there and practice out there at the air base, and I mean, I got my bang for the buck, and I did like Brain Death said. I went through the vocational rehabilitation deal there, and they paid for me to go to you know, truck driving school.
Okay, I did a quick search there. Hold that thought. TrainCoInc.com, he said, was the website. TrainCo's tuition is $4,995. $49.95. We'll be back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Technically, you can call it a heat wave. The Midwest and East Coast regions can expect to see temps remaining well above normal for this time of year. Forecasters saying Monday through Wednesday will be the warmest stretch in many parts. In some places, those temps will average about 40 degrees above normal. There could also be some dangerous severe thunderstorms as a low-pressure system sweeps west to east across the country. Early Monday, out ahead of the storm front, plain states from Nebraska to West Texas are dealing with high winds and wildfire watches. Compromise legislation on foreign aid is still coming together in the U.S. House in Washington. Two of the biggest proponents, one lawmaker from each party, continue working to bring it before the full House for a vote.
We are forcing this bill to the floor to make sure that everybody acts because, as President Zelensky said, they have weeks and not months.
Republican Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania on with CBS's Face the Nation Sunday, pitching the bill to voters. So was Democratic Congressman Jared Golden of Maine.
The votes are there to support Ukraine and our other allies, Israel, Taiwan, and I think that the votes are there on border security as well.
The House Compromise Aid Bill was a cheaper version of the $95 billion measure passed by the Democratic-controlled U.S. Senate earlier this month. Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson has not made any announcement of his support behind it. And a widely anticipated Republican primary election victory is made official over the weekend for Donald Trump in South Carolina. The former president rode a wave of support for the win on Saturday.
I have never seen the Republican Party so unified as it is right now.
However, Nikki Haley says she will remain in the race.
I'm not giving up this fight when a majority of Americans disapprove of both Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The U.S. is urging caution and prudence as Israel eyes an advance into the city of Rafah in southern Gaza. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan explained the nature of the location and the people inhabiting it now that the entire region's been a war zone the past several months.
We're talking about more than 1 million people who have been pushed into this small space in Gaza. It's also the area where all of the humanitarian assistance comes into Gaza to serve all of Gaza.
Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Sullivan said the White House has made it clear to Israel the U.S. will only support a major military operation in Rafah if there's a specific plan guaranteeing the civilians' safety there. The governor of Georgia writing a letter to President Biden demanding information about the illegal immigrant from Venezuela who crossed into the country in 2022, the man now accused of assaulting and murdering a nursing student at the University of Georgia. Laura Winters reports.
Georgia Governor Republican Brian Kemp expressing outrage, demanding a response to questions surrounding the immigration status of the arrested suspect in the murder of Laken Riley.
Astronomers have recently revealed the discovery of new moons orbiting Neptune and Uranus. Published by the International Astronomical Union's Minor Planet Center, the announcement includes the identification of the first new moon observed around Uranus in over 2 decades. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We ended up on the topic of truck driver training here on this Tuesday morning. Now, if you missed it earlier, it was second half of hour number 2. We spoke with Mike at Trainco. He's a part owner of the company, been with many, many years. Now, I asked a handful of questions. There's probably a number of questions I did not ask, which pretty quickly I was able to go to their website, traincoinc.com, and just clicked on the frequently asked questions. A lot of answers. Let's see. Why? I did ask this question about going to, say, a trucking company training sort of scenario. Which they say you've probably learned that free is rarely free. The no-strings-attached training offered by some schools actually wind up having all kinds of strings attached. Out-of-town permits and living arrangements, low per-mile hauling rates, extended contracts that lock you in for many months of service in less than desirable conditions, and other difficulties. Don't settle for less or get locked into something you'll regret for years to come. Then Gouger's question, did you talk about money? Trainco's tuition, say $5,000, $4,995. A small investment to qualify for a profitable career. And that's only if you have to pay for it. Trainco is approved by both Michigan Works and the Ohio Department of Jobs and Family Services. Our Perrysburg, Ohio campus is VA approved. And many trucking companies do offer tuition reimbursement. Let's see. When it comes to CDL training, fast and furious is never the way. Not if you plan to create a responsible driver to safely guide 80,000 pounds down a road. Trainco offers a 12-day automatic transmission program that meets from 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., Monday through Friday. There is a 15-day manual transmission program to learn how to shift 10-speed transmissions. These programs cover the material and allow you to practice your new skills to operate a semi-tractor trailer. We know this is the best accomplished with small classes and lots of face-to-face instructor-student interaction. When you graduate, you'll be able to drop and hook that trailer correctly. You'll make all manual logbook entries properly. You'll shift through tractor gears smoothly, and best of all, thanks to consistent instruction by teachers who are expert former drivers, you'll know the local, state, and federal regulations for safely operating the combination vehicle. So, I mean, lots more questions and answers, but that's $5,000.
One other question if I finish what I was saying. How many weeks are you going to get for that $5,000?
Let's see. I'd have to go through the more of the questions here. I don't know what how many. So you got the in class, the in class learning. I guess the class setting. Now, what I just shared said they've got a 15-day manual transmission program and a 12-day automatic transmission program. There's a click there. Learn more about what we cover in our Class A program. That's probably where I need to go.
$5,000, it ain't went up very much, because when I went through it, it was just a little short of $3,000 back in 1978. But I mean, Steve, when Debbie was adult coordinator for adult education there at Sumter, Lee, and Clarendon County, they'd have me come in and talk to people that, wanted to go to truck driving school. And if I go up there, I'd always go down to the Jimmy Artis Travel Center, empty out the brochure rack, and take it up and have it in a pile when I went in to talk to these guys or women. And first thing I tell them is, run, Forrest, run. And there was a little smart-ass gal there at this one table. I knew she was going to be a problem from the get-go. And she says, well, you've done it X number of years. And I said, yes, ma'am. I said, there's some people that's good at playing golf. There's some people that's good playing football. And I said, the one good thing I was at was trailer trucking. That was my niche. I said, are you married? She said, no, fixing to be. And I said, okay. I said, so in other words, you're telling me you want to start a family, right? Yeah. Well, how would you like it if you on the West Coast ain't got no load and little Johnny or little Susie participating in a school play, baseball game, and you halfway around the country? And I said, that's what truck drivers sacrifice. They sacrifice a home life. I said, you can go to all the schools you want to. You can go to, take all this training from a truck driving school. If it ain't in your blood, you ain't never going to make it, Steve. And I mean, that's the cold, hard fact.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just, I wish I could have got to talk to that guy, because, I mean, you brought up something there that I was set back, and when you talked about the indigent servant, all right, now let's talk about this. You go to a college accredited truck driving school, you pretty much can write your ticket. I mean, they're gonna put you on a 3-month probation period or whatever, and train you. So I mean, you can go anywhere you want to. All right, when you get stuck with that trucking company, you become, like you said, an indigent servant. And they're going to pay you 20 cents a mile or 25 cents a mile during that probation period to learn to drive that truck, in that 6 weeks or whatever period. I highly recommend that if you're going to do this, you want to get into it, think you might be a job career. First thing is to remember your driver license is your tool. If you ain't got a driver license, you ain't got a job. That's the most important tool in your toolbox, being a trucker, is protect them driver license. And I mean, that was just drilled into my head when I started driving. Protect them driver license at all costs. But I mean, Steve, I have made a damn good living driving a truck. My family never wanted nothing. I put 3 kids through college, and stuff. Trucking has been damn good to me. But there's days I wonder, if I'd have went ahead and took that scholarship and went to college, I could have been retired,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this profession right here, they can send you to all the truck driving schools or whatever, but this is a hard life. I mean, it's you study trying to get somewhere, and everywhere you go, everybody treats you like an asshole. no matter how nice you are to them,
right?
You got some underway security guard or some jackass on a damn forklift that is going to ruin your day for you. And you just got to learn to live with it. You know, it's the best thing I was always told. If somebody makes you mad, just go out in the truck, hit the steering wheel about 9 or 10 times, and go back in there and rectify the situation, you know. Because when you start arguing with them or tell them, you know, you're in their house then. But, I mean, I wouldn't recommend this perfection to nobody. I mean, it's like, probably in the times that I went up there and talked in the 5 years, I finally quit going up there, but the times I went and talked to them, there were probably about 30 people that went on and went through the one-stop program at adult education, which is all over the United States. All you got to do is get in touch with your local adult education program. It's called One Stop. They've got the money. I mean, it's a federal funded deal there. Whether you want to be a nurse, truck driver, welder, car mechanic, it don't matter. They will help you get the funding for you to go to technical school to, achieve it. So, that's one avenue to look at. And then that way you go to you get funding and go, and then you ain't indebted to nobody. You know, I mean, you just get you a job driving for somebody or whatever. But that's the way I look at that situation. I mean, I would love to got to talk to that guy for a minute, because you brought up some very good questions there. It was a good conversation. I really enjoyed it.
Even though I sounded like I was in a tin can.
Well, I mean, on your end, it was kind of bad. You done a good tin can interview.
There you go.
That's what they say. It was a damn good interview. I give it A+++. But the other thing I was calling you about this Kroger-Albertson debacle.
Yes.
Have you checked into to the Albertson side of it? Albertson is bankrupt, or was in bankruptcy.
So
I don't know.
Is that why they want to do the acquisition thing? I mean, because I think that the statement from Albertson was the one that made it sound like that stores would be closing and whatnot if they're not allowed to do this merger.
Well, that's what I was thinking when you were saying that, because I mean, we deal some with Albertsons and stuff. And I would rather have a good whip kick in the butt than have to go to Albertson's warehouse. Then the biggest bunch of jacklegs there is in the United States. But this Kroger deal, people don't know. I mean, you read some of the stuff that Kroger owns now, like Harris Teeter. That's the big food chain down, premier food chain down the cycle. Them stores, you go in a Harris Teeter store, it's like walking into the Taj Mahal of grocery stores. But it ain't been about maybe a year and a half ago. Kroger bought out MDI, and MDI had just bought out the rights to all the IGA stores, and that ain't been disclosed. Mm-hmm. So Kroger, really, if you look at it, and I'm not saying nothing bad about Kroger, because I deliver to them every week, and they treat me damn good. I can't say nothing bad about Kroger. But I think that's the reason the government throwed up the red flag on this deal. They're trying to monopolize the grocery business. I mean, that's what I'm looking at.
Okay.
But Albertsons has been in money trouble for the last, 8, 9, 10 years.
Well, and, I found it interesting that it said Walmart controls 22% of the grocery biz alone. I don't know how big Costco and Sam's. I mean, well, I guess Walmart and Sam's would be under the same umbrella, right? So that's one company, and then. Yeah, you got the Costco. I mean, Target selling groceries now. I don't know who all else is in the mix. I mean, regionally, we got our Meijer stores in like this 6-state region. That's a big grocery chain. Combined Kroger and Albertsons, it said, would be 13%. That doesn't sound too overwhelming to me, but I don't know.
Well, I mean, on what they're showing, like the Kroger, just say what they're looking at is just what Kroger's doing, like just the regular Kroger's.
Mm-hmm.
But when you add all this other stuff they got their hands in, I think it'd be up there about where Walmart's at.
Okay.
But I mean, I just delivered at the Target DC yesterday morning in Denton, Texas. I had a whole load of hamburger meat. Went in there. Yeah, Target's getting into the grocery business big time. Grump goes out there every week to Target out there in Maryland. So they becoming a player. I know we do a lot for them, but yeah, I think that's what the government is looking at on the Kroger side. They trying to monopolize, because I mean Albertsons is really big out west, you know, in western states, and of course they tried to get big in the Carolinas. They didn't go nowhere, but you know, everybody shops at the Piggly Wiggly. The Hoggly Woggly is the store of choice down where I live at.
Right, exactly. We always went to the Piggly Wiggly when we went to Myrtle Beach. Yeah, I mean, Myrtle Beach, first place I ever saw a Piggly Wiggly.
The guy that controls all the Piggly Wiggly stores in South Carolina lives about 4 miles from my house, and he's a wheeler dealer, buddy. I mean, a multi-millionaire. Vanna White had a big deal with Piggly Wiggly. She was their spokesperson for years. The Carolina Sunshine. Shop at your local Piggly Wiggly store, you know. And so, I mean, that's the reason we stay with Piggly Wiggly around the house, is because it's home. You know, it's owned by people we know, and if you got a problem, you can't go in there and straighten it out with them, and they'll work it out with you. So, yeah, like I say, Piggly Wiggly is the choice of stores down there around Sumter, South Carolina. But, buddy, that's about all I got tonight. Thank you for taking my call, bring me back in. But yeah, I give it. That interview, it was real interesting what that guy had to say.
All right, very good. I kind of wondered. I figured probably had a lot of questions I should have asked that I didn't. And I don't know. Flying by the seat of your pants, right? Well, somebody out there with these, the likes of people for the ethnic treatment of animals, or those who don't like animals to be confined, thought they were doing something good. The unintended consequences is the animal they thought they were helping is now dead. That's not good. Flacco was the name of the Eurasian eagle owl that was set free from New York City's Central Park Zoo, one of the city's most beloved celebrities, once he was let loose as he flew around Manhattan. According to zoo officials, he's dead little over a year after he was freed from his cage at the zoo in a criminal act that has yet to be solved. Flacco appears to have run into an Upper West Side building. The vandal who damaged Flacco's exhibit jeopardized the safety of the bird and is ultimately responsible for his death. We're still hopeful NYPD, which is investigating, will ultimately make an arrest, but staff from the Wild Bird Fund, a wildlife rehab center, responded to the scene and declared Flacco dead shortly after the collision. He was taken to the Bronx Zoo for a necropsy. We hoped only to see Flacco hooting wildly from the top of our local water tower, never in the clinic. Flacco's time in the sky started February 2nd of last year when someone breached a waist-high fence, slipped into the Central Park Zoo. Once inside, they cut a hole through a steel mesh cage, freeing the owl that had arrived at the zoo as a fledgling 13 years earlier. This thing had lived in captivity and relied on, you're suddenly putting him in the wild to try to fend for himself. Since the zoo suspended efforts to recapture the bird, there's been no public information about the crime. But up until now, he had defied the odds, thriving in the urban jungle that is New York City. Despite his lifetime in captivity, he did become one of the city's most beloved characters. By day, he lounged in Manhattan's courtyards and parks, or perches on fire escapes, spent his nights hooting atop water towers and preying on the city's abundant rats. Well, I guess he didn't starve to death, in other words, right? He was known for turning up unexpectedly in New Yorkers' windows. He was tracked around the Big Apple by word watchers, his death prompting an outpouring of grief on social media. The bird watchers are in mourning there in New York. All right, 844-844-3388. Spit it out there. Got an email from Steve there in Columbus. Following up on Monkey Gouger's call, he said, Steve, he hit the nail on the head. Nobody likes the truck driver no matter where you go. We do get treated bad. But what would these people do if we stopped driving trucks? Well, of course, they'd bitch because their packages wouldn't get delivered. Their Starbucks wouldn't be stocked with their overpriced coffee, and their trash would be piling up out on the roadway. Yeah, they don't see that side of what we do out here. All right, on to, as we get news break just ahead, looks like Gilligan will be checking in, after which we would have clear lines at 844-844-3388. The electric vehicle market. They keep piling on, saying we were going the wrong direction. We were going head first. Got the cart ahead of the horse. Mercedes-Benz, the latest to backtrack on their plan to transition to selling only electric vehicles after the year 2030. Company officials saying market conditions have not allowed that to happen. It was just 3 years ago when they announced they were going all electric. The company said they would commit $47 billion to electrifying their fleet. Their CEO on the board said, we're convinced we can do it with strong profitability. We believe that focus on electric is the right way to build a successful future and enhance the value of Mercedes-Benz. Those plans were scrapped this week in the company's fourth quarter earnings. Customers and market conditions will ultimately set the pace of this transformation. We plan to be in a position to cater to different customer needs, whether it's an all-electric drivetrain or an electrified combustion engine, until well into the 2030s. They went on to state that their electric vehicle sales are expected to reach a maximum of 50% of overall sales in the second half of this decade. News break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Former President Trump is seeking to overturn his $454 million civil fraud verdict in New York. His legal team submitted a notice of appeal Monday, pointing to alleged judicial errors. The appeal disputes the ruling that Trump misrepresented his wealth to advance his real estate interests. A significant U.S. Supreme Court hearing Monday centers on the influence of social media companies on online content. The court is scrutinizing laws supported by Republicans in Texas and Florida, which were enacted amid allegations that platforms like TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube exhibit bias against conservative viewpoints. On Sunday, a United States Air Force service member died after setting himself on fire outside the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. Video footage captured Aaron Bushnell declaring his refusal to be complicit in genocide, describing his actions as an extreme form of protest. John Schaefer, USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, there he is, Truckin' Phil on board. Happy Truckin' Taco Tuesday. Coffee's up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Hey, look at 70 degrees in Fort Wayne today. 58 in Sterling Heights. And it looks like we're going to see some crazy weather later on Tuesday night. Yes, you are. Stay safe out there, everybody. Ready to go. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and flip back again. Semper Fi, from Truck and Phil. Yes, indeed. Topsy-turvy weather. It's going to get ugly later today. But those record high temperatures, 70 degrees, Fort Wayne, Indiana, 27th of February. In the state of Wisconsin, state lawmakers have made quick work of common sense truck insurance reform that is touted to counter what we call nuclear verdicts. 2 more Midwestern states also have legislation to address this. The Senate voted this past day, 21-11, to advance to the Assembly a bill that would limit the total amount of non-economic damages like pain and suffering that a person can recover from a trucking company. A $1 million cap on non-economic damages would apply to incidents with a truck that resulted in injury, death, or other loss. Senate Bill 613 does not include limits on direct damages, things like medical expenses. Acting the same day, Assembly lawmakers backed sending the truck insurance bill to the governor. Boom, just like that. Nuclear verdicts recently described to an Assembly committee as when the jury award surpasses what should be a reasonable or rational amount. Representative Rick Gundrum told lawmakers some people consider a jury award that exceeds $10 million to be in that category. This has become a rising problem in the transportation industry. Gundrum, the sponsor of the bill, told the panel about a study by the American Transportation Research Institute that showed the average verdict size for a lawsuit above $1 million involving a truck crash has increased nearly 1,000%. While a plaintiff hurt in an accident with a truck certainly has the right to file a lawsuit, the problem with the rise in nuclear verdicts is they are now seriously beginning to damage the trucking industry. Supporters add that nuclear verdicts worsen supply chain issues and lead trucking businesses to pay higher insurance rates, to redirect their resources away from investing in their workforce and prolong the purchase of new equipment. In written testimony, another senator told the committee the commercial trucking industry has seen an increase in large-scale litigation. That's what you've got. There's lawyers out there begging for people that have been involved in an accident with a big truck. Come see us. Come see us. We can get millions. All right, he highlighted a July 2023 report from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Institute that showed despite a decline in fatal crashes by more than 1/3 over the past 2 decades, there's been a significant inflation in the valuation of verdicts and settlements. The average settlement award reaching $27.5 million. Morning, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. Yeah, some of these verdicts are outrageous. Let's not forget, what was it, $90 million against Warner for that accident, where the truck was literally setting still, and the guy crossed the median and hit it head on, and they awarded all that money to the family. It was the one that went across the median that hit him. The truck was setting still. I mean, it's crazy. Steve, I come out here. I went to truck driving school in '99. Now I'm one of these guys that went to a community college. Well, technical institute. It was not actually a college. It was more of a vocational school that was a part of one of nearby counties.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And it was a 12-week course. Now that's, I trained, the first truck I ever drove was a 77 Model R Mac with a duplex in it. And we're talking 99, and that truck, you think, oh my, how old that truck was. Well, do the math, that would be like a 2002 today. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It could, in coordination. It wasn't that old, and stuff. But we had a 12-week course. You could graduate early. I ended up graduating before the 9th week was over, and I come in second in my course, but actually there's the person that graduated at 1 point more than I did, I don't think lasted a year in the industry. I just don't think she was cut out to be trucking, but I may be mistaken. I might be mistaken. But I would, if I was a betting man, I would, I'd bet probably 50-1 that she's not in trucking.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean?
Right.
Now, I mean, a lot of people don't realize, well, a lot of your listeners do, but some people don't realize that a lot of people that go into the trucking industry, go through truck driving school, never make it as a truck driver. I know for a fact one of the people who went through truck driving school never did. He was thinking on expanding his lawn care service, getting a bigger truck and stuff like that.
Yeah, I tried to ask him that question, and he cited that he doesn't really have any stats as to how many go through the training and drop out. I mean, I think OOIDA shared some of the numbers from the Transportation Research Institute. It's a pretty significant number that go through the training, and within like 6 months, they get out of the industry.
When I went through, I swear my instructor said about close 50% don't actually drop out within the first
Okay.
year. Of course, This was 25 years ago, too. So,
Right.
It's not, and so, things have changed, I'm sure. I know I have. I'm about close to 100 pounds heavier, to be honest, But it is what it is. Now, Steve, I have got the mattress salesman story to end all mattress salesmen. Well, as you heard, I wrote you, I had problems with my back. I believe it has to do with my mattress. I'm here like, well, I got to get another mattress. So I said, I'll pick the one off the spare room bed and sleep on it until I get a new mattress. Because, you just don't go into the mattress store, put one on the pickup, and haul it home, And I realized the reason why that mattress ended up in the spare room was it was giving me back problems. Well, good thing is my mattress is coming Wednesday, so I should be in better shape. All right, I go into a chain mattress company, and I'm not going to mention the name, but the guys there like, well, we've got this bed here, and it was a company that sells mattresses. In fact, they got a plant in Winchester. Says, we'll test you and see what see what kind of mattress best fits you. So me and my wife laid down on the bed. We're laying there and stuff, and they got through the thing. It took maybe 3 or 4 minutes. I'm not sure exactly the time, but it wasn't very long, 5 at the utmost. Well, he says, okay. He says, well, I've got a test here, and we figured out what you need and stuff, and took me back to this one room that had several mattresses in it. 2 rooms to this store, one smaller than the other, but it's still a lot of mattresses in this other room. And the company that made the machine was the mattress that they took me to. That's no surprise. That's fine. Maybe give you an idea. I says, all right, we laid down on it. I said, yeah, this is kind of comfortable. My wife said the same thing. It's not bad. I says, it feels like it could fit us quite well. And we looked at the price. I mean, if you're going to go buy, and I'm not talking a high dollar good mattress. From what I shopped around, if you're going to get a decent mattress, not a high end mattress, you're going to spend anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000. You can get them cheaper than that, but they're the old style mattresses that we all slept on as kids. And I'm here like, well, we want to shop around a little bit. You're not going to believe what this man tells me. He looks at me and he says, well, if you leave this room, that price goes up by $1,000. I looked at him. It took a few seconds for it to sink in what he just told me.
Yeah.
I said, That's the worst sales pitch I ever heard in my life. It's like, you have got to be kidding me. I said, we're going to go shop around. I told him really sarcastically in a bit of, have a nice day. He says, whatever.
Okay.
We ended up going over to another place that we actually ended up ordering a new bed and foundation, adjustable foundation and everything. It's through a chain, and we got it interest free, so it worked out pretty good anyway. I probably wasn't going to buy it there, but just want to kind of shop around, look at other options. Now we're going to address this thing about brain dead and supposedly I'm a Taylor Swift impersonator. Is he out of his mind? He's seen my picture. There's no way I'm that darn skinny. If anybody's skinny enough to try that, it would be him. You know how skinny brain dead is compared to me. Yep. Uh-oh.
Well, you did try on the mankini though, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got one. I'm going to be wearing it this year at the beach. So all of you that was complaining about my Speedo, I'm going to be wearing my mankini this year to the beach. So, ladies, I'll be out at the Outer Banks the week of Labor Day. So, yeah, come one, come all.
All right. So Labor Day weekend.
Gilligan and his middy.
Avoid the Outer Banks at all costs. Do not go to the Outer Banks Labor Day weekend. All right, 844-844-3388.
The four-wheel drive Superstock gas class punched its first 3 tickets to the Enderley. The Pro Stock diesel class crowned a maiden from the north, while a messy room cleaned up in the south. This, as all attention turns to the Bluegrass State for one spectacular night of indoor competition. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. The 2024 Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals are returning to Freedom Hall on the grounds of the Kentucky Expo Center for a one-night-only thrill fest of smoke and noise on Saturday, March 23rd. 4 invitational Grand National classes are slated to appear beginning at 5 p.m. These include a 10,000-pound single-charger Pro Stock class with diesels approaching 4,500 horsepower. The 2,050-pound modified mini class with supercharged racing engines sitting inches from the driver between 8-foot frame rails. The 7,500-pound multi-engine modified class with 3 or 4 power plants spinning a pair of 30.5-inch tires in excess of 120 miles per hour. And the 20,000-pound super semis with unlimited cubes dragging a 30-ton weight transfer down a straight dirt track. Check out ntpapull.com for event and ticket info and ntpa.tv for the live stream. And now, here are your Regional National Superstock 4-wheel drive and Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 champions from 2023. Darren Young, Cadiz, Ohio, Livewire, the 2023 Region 2 Superstock 4-wheel drive champion. Reduced to 3 by a rainout in Truck Hub Cadiz, each surviving appearance by the Supers assumed critical status, as they counted toward not only the class's 3rd title, but also 2 first-time Enderley berths. Young led wire to wire, while ceding 2 to Luke Simeon's per hook out of the blue and holding off Davey Kenzorski's back in black. The 3-time champ then claimed the division's first pull-off victory. Tim Carta, Big Lake, Minnesota, pulling for autism, the 2023 Region 3 Superstock 4-wheel drive champion. The Supers were the first in the region to name a champion. The Molnau's terminal velocity accelerated the win in Ellsworth in hopes of securing another team title, but runner-up Carta had other plans. He and his Pulling for Autism solved the puzzle by finishing second again in River Falls to take the lead. A 7th in a huge class at Anoka put Carta's winning hand at risk, but it was 4 back of Dan Harrell's Livid to set the final gap at 1. Brian Shu, Columbia City, Indiana, Iron Maiden, the 2023 Region 2 Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 North champion. Shu's battleship-themed Dodge put on a riveting performance, concluding 2022 with 3 straight wins and sailing to a championship across 10 hooks in the north. Maiden racked up a victory in Paulding in June and then fortified its lead with W's in Dorr and Charlotte in July. 2 seconds and 3/3 further stretched Shu's advantage over his closest point-earning challenger, 22 champ Frank Kruger's Smoke Show, which won twice. Calvin Logan, Bowerston, Ohio, running out of room. The 2023 Region 2 Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 South champion. When the season reached the line of demarcation between early and late, Bowling Green, Logan was running out of time. He had peaked at second in Marysville, but was mired in third in the points. Then in Greenville, Room zoomed by the field by 10 feet and overtook the lead, after which 2 more seconds held off Jennifer Pushlar's Hellfire for the title. Now he'll have to find free space on the shop wall to hang that Enderley check. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it. Let's see what's happening with Daryl this morning. How we doing, Daryl?
Good morning. How's the family and how's Stryker doing?
Doing well. I did get to see Stryker over the weekend, as a matter of fact.
Well, is he a healthy young man?
Very much so. Yes, indeed.
How is the son doing working with him?
I think that things are going great. They're doing well. Yep. He loves it.
I imagine everybody that I have ever experienced around Fairfield that worked with the K9 unit just love their job. They get attached to those animals real quickly, and they become a true partner in the police work with them.
Yep. And Stephen explains to me, he said when he takes them out there when he opens that door to let him in the car, he knows he's going to work, and it's like he gets really excited because he knows what they're going to be doing.
They tell me that they're real great working warehouses. These police would get a call to go out to a warehouse by themselves, and it was dangerous. But they take that dog with them, and he works the warehouse. And It's all the difference in the world of how they handle a job like that. My brother was a police officer, and he was guarding an old junkyard. They'd been stealing radios out of it. And he told the guy to halt, had his gun pointed across the hood of a car and told him to halt. And the guy just kept coming, and directly heard a moo. It was a cow in the junkyard. He was about to shoot somebody's cow.
Wow.
Listen, I'll let you go. I put some of that gas extreme in my F-150 and in my 2010 Buick, and I have tell you, they just hum along. I recommend it highly to anybody that wants to use that product.
Excellent. Thank you, Daryl. Thanks for supporting the program and supporting the product, and thanks for participating in the show. Speaking of which, mention one more time, this week, this is the third week of our Facebook contest, where simply go to your Facebook and go to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. In the comments section, simply type in Hot Shot Secret. That's your entry. And if you've entered in previous weeks, you can go ahead. They refired this up yesterday. Brand new setup for the new week. That's the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Duo, the Big Rig Duo, which is two 64-ounce bottles of the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator and two 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. That's a $200 value. Get your entry in there, and we'll be announcing this week's winner on our Friday morning program once again. Final story here on a Tuesday morning. Well, looks like a NASA astronaut, Jeanette Epps, has had to get comfy in 3 different spacecraft seats, but said she would have fit in any of the 3. But it's the SpaceX Crew Dragon Endeavour that's set to lift off this week that's going to be the one that was just right. She was one of 9 NASA astronaut candidates in 2009 that was selected to fly into space. All of her classmates have since been to space. She had been assigned to other missions, a Soyuz mission, and a Boeing Starliner mission to the International Space Station. But after a reassignment took her off the Soyuz trip and delays piled up for the Starliner program, finally shifting to the SpaceX Crew 8 mission. And that's the one she'll get to participate sometime. I'm not sure when is that launch date. After 15 years, she finally gets to get a space atop the SpaceX Falcon 9. All right, there's the date. Kennedy Space Center, Launch Pad 39A, 12:04 a.m. this Thursday. I wonder if that cold front's going to be sweeping across the country. We'd have to pay attention. Weather may delay that. But she says, I've been in a lot of deep thought about how all of this happened to us. The crew and what we're going to do. It's kind of overwhelming to see how many people have contributed. So she'll be one of 3 space rookies flying along with a fellow NASA astronaut and mission commander, one Roscosmos cosmonaut and mission specialist. The pilot for the mission, NASA's Michael Barrett, the only frequent flyer that's been to the space station twice before. Thanks for being with us. Have a safe day. We'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern tonight.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.